There are also definitions out there where specification is a subset of another set of documents, if you like. And yeah, solicitation documents, not a very descriptive word, but solicitation documents or procurement documents, where specifications are part of a larger set of documents which is issued. Is this complex decision making? In many cases, this is. This is not a simple choose between A and B. You've got multiple variables and factors to consider to make a fairly complex decision. And there certainly is theory out there on complex problem solving, analytical hierarchy processes, multi-criteria decision making. Those are theories and those are procedures that are out there. There are certainly many techniques that are available out there for determining technical requirements analysis, systems engineering, total cost of ownership, life cycle costing, functional decomposition for the systems folk, process re-engineering, agile techniques, lots and lotting we heard a bit about yesterday, economies of scale, of scope, of density. There certainly are those types of techniques. In practice, though, what I see certainly is that there's very limited application of those when developing specifications. Even although we all talk about total cost of ownership and we must apply the theory of total cost of ownership, very often it's not something that is easily relatable and translated into a specification. And there's probably limited understanding by many practitioners of these tools. We can put these up here and we'll probably hear more today, but how many of these tools are actually really understood by the practitioners that are putting together the specifications? The other thing is there's certainly in the specification there is a methodology, if you like, that needs to be built into the specification on how will you evaluate, how One of my favorites is the highest technically rated offerer. So we would score them and we just take the highest scoring functionality bidder, and that's the one that gets the deal. But there's price and functionality, there's price and preference, and functionality. And in South Africa, we've got objective criteria that we use as well, right towards the back end of the evaluation process. So there certainly is a body of knowledge, if you like, around award criteria. There are rules around criteria that we should be transparent as far as they're concerned. We should be fair. They should not be biased. There should be a distinction between the selection criteria and the award criteria. They should be different. Sometimes we talk about double counting. You shouldn't have the same criteria in multiple stages in the evaluation process. The principle of advanced disclosure, that we should tell the bidders in advance what the criteria will be that we will use to evaluate them. Those principles or those rules are there. The World Bank, interesting, in their sudden discovery of rated criteria, they've decided that rated criteria will not be used for certain things such as pharmaceuticals, off-the-shelf goods, vaccines, and certain commodities. So there's certain rules that are out there. We certainly have a very, very substantive body of knowledge on case law. And case law, particularly around specifications, and this is one that we often refer to excuse me, in South Africa on the All Pay case, SASSA, social grants, and very clear in there, this is from the constitutional case, vagueness and uncertainty in the specification is grounds for review, it's grounds for challenge. If you put a specification out there which is unclear, which is vague, you will be challenged and likely lose. And there's many in the European Court of Justice as well, many that are out there. And then the last one is specification types, that there are actually different types of specifications. And in many of the workshops that we do with practitioners around the country, this is a aha moment, because a specification is a specification. Sean, you can't tell me that there's a different type of specification. I mean, we know and we do it, and that's part of the practice challenge that we have, is we're doing these things without very often the theory that informs what we do. So this is from the US, the National Academies of Science, and they've identified there, and that's a 2013 document, 15 different methods or types of specifications. Interesting, when you look at the United Nations, they have, in the specifications, they've raised certain risks that might be there. So the risk of a biased specification, the risk of an incomplete specification, and their mitigating action to mitigate those risks is they would suggest that you use a functional or performance specification. What is that? The UN have a continuum. They say at the top left-hand side there is the technical specification types. The bottom right-hand side is a functional specification type. Now, for the South Africans in the room, when we talk functionality, functional criteria, this is very different. This is not, which is why we often caution in South Africa against the use of the term functional criteria, because there are types, there are functional specification types. And certainly the functional criteria that we often use are not always functional specification types. But you can see there, they've actually mapped out that different types of specifications have different advantages and disadvantages. So a functional specification would be far more advantageous when you're sourcing innovation. It may actually be shorter to put together a functional specification than a technical specification. Queensland have a range of specification types as well that they have identified: outcomes-based, technical, performance, functional. The World Bank have had multiple specification types over time, and more recently they've decided that they're going to consolidate those into two types. One is a conformance specification type, and the other one is a performance specification type. Now, I don't know if it certainly doesn't gel nicely with me in terms of those terms, but the World Bank has decided to do that. Again, you can see that there certainly are advantages and disadvantages of the different types. So conformance specification would take a lot longer to create than one that might be performance-based. The complexity of the assessment might be a lot harder with a performance than it would be with a conformance. You asked for a 60 kVA generator, this is not 60 kVA out. You asked for a power solution to address your power problem, that becomes a lot more difficult to try and evaluate. And then Charles Edquist, as last year's conference was starting to talk about the use of functional specifications for innovation. Functional specifications for innovation. So is it starting to suggest that there might be different specification types for different types of methods? So in conclusion, theory. There certainly is a body of knowledge that is out there. It's dynamic, it's emerging. There are certainly not the authoritative reference works that are out there waiting for the Nicholas and Albano reference works on specification types. It's not there. We've got certainly on methods, there are lots of reference works that are out there, but we do not have the same on specifications. But in practice, is that not the area of most need? In the work that we do in the public sector, the area of difficulty that practitioners have, that users have, is in this area of putting a specification together. It's the specification which gets challenged. It's the words in the specification which gets challenged. It's how that specification was then used as a way to evaluate which gets challenged. It's the difference between what happened in the evaluation process and what was in the specification which results in findings by the Auditor General. That's the area where there's probably the most need. And so we're in this predicament where we've got, on the one hand, the area of greatest need in public procurement, but the area in theory which is probably the least developed and the least mature of the different disciplines within public procurement. And so today is the start of that, if you like, academic theory on specifications. It's an academic conference on specifications. We're opening up today, and we hope that through the discussions and the presentations that we have today, that we will advance that body of knowledge on developing specifications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you still have 2 minutes left, my word. You could have specified some more. All right, so we're going to move on with our program, and I'm going to invite our next presenter, and then obviously there'll be enough time for a bit of Q&A after that. So our second speaker this morning is Ms. Renee King, who is the Senior Engineer at Project Performance International, Melbourne, Australia. And she's going to talk to us about techniques and tools to determine the technical requirements within complex bid specifications.
Okay, awesome. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today. I've been very much in learning mode prior to today. Coming from more of the specification side, I am a senior engineer and practice what is called systems engineering, which from my point of view is a structured approach to solving problems where problem and solution are very clearly separated, and the goal is to maximize value to the stakeholders and to minimize risk. So today, Sean was very clear in asking me to speak about techniques that are used for coming up with requirements within these specifications, and it's a huge topic, and I look forward to seeing what we discuss today. But I'm going to be going through a number of the analysis techniques that we use as part of requirements analysis, and I hope that you enjoy it. So there is just a list of the analysis techniques that I'll go through, but I'll actually be covering a few more that I'll show there. Okay, so the first point, why requirements analysis? Well, 50% of projects that fail do so because of poorly written requirements, whether they're incomplete, ambiguous, unfeasible. These are the greatest areas that we have to project risk, and the second biggest area being in interfaces and in integration, and that also relates to requirements, so it's by far the biggest area of risk. The most important aspect to consider when working on requirements is the quality of the requirement that you're putting in the specification. You can have the most beautifully formatted document, but if it's got nonsense in there, you can't expect the development to turn out the way that you expect it to. And from my point of view, readability and understandability is extremely important. So in this presentation, I'll be talking about requirements analysis techniques, and the point of requirements analysis is to capture and validate requirements. Those criteria are in a couple of slides. So it's this structured process for capturing and validating requirements. Obviously interested to make sure that their needs are expressed in a way that will lead to the satisfaction of those needs through the development. Sorry, I went a bit too far. And that they're expressed in a way that can be content for the agreement. So one of the popular things to do in practice is to actually use the requirements and to structure your statement of work in an agreement where you have a percentage of requirements that you want to see satisfied, or aiming to see a certain stability in the requirements. So using something like requirements changes, number of requirements that are added, that is an indicator of the stability of the project and the degree of consensus and understanding that you're getting with your supplier. So there's many recipients and users of requirements, and this is why it's so significant. So because systems engineering was only codified in like the 1950s, it's still fairly new. It's not a discipline within engineering like civil or industrial or mechanical, but it's a meta-engineering, a way to go about solving problems that from my point of view applies to way more than just engineering. So there are a couple of studies that have been conducted, and this 2012 one is one of my favorite ones. Basically, they looked at 150 projects and evaluated what the impact was of various systems engineering tools, of which requirements analysis is one, and saw what the effect of that was. And what you can see in that line where the red arrow is indicating is that with the strong indicator of 0.5, basically there's a very strong relationship between whether you apply requirements analysis and the results that you'll receive on projects, and it's the most significant on complex projects. So there might be contexts where it's a very simple system and you don't need to do requirements analysis, but everything within systems engineering, and I believe within procurement and any kind of problem solving, is on the balance on the risk of opportunity. What is the risk of not doing so? What is the opportunity in doing so? Okay, so some of the issues that we encounter when working on requirements is that firstly, the quality of requirements and specifications is very poor generally, and I'll talk about that a little bit later with some examples. And the second reason is that there's an absence of systems thinking. And by systems thinking, I'm talking about looking at the full life cycle of the system. I'm talking about considering all the stakeholders that are involved with the system. We tend to have a very narrow view on the area that we have expertise. And it's not that we're expected to know everything about all the stages, but at least to have the awareness of the implication of not considering the people that have input. And then the level of recognition of the method. So a lot of people don't even know about some of these things that I'll be speaking about today, and that's no problem. But knowing that they're there and calling upon them, I think that that can make a huge difference to the quality of work and specifications that we produce. And then finally, it's difficult to do this, and I'll show you in particular which of the analysis techniques are more difficult, and some of them are very high leverage, things that you can do at a whiteboard with some of the stakeholders, and some of them require some dedicated software to do so, but all of them lead very high value results, especially if you consider the risk and opportunity. Okay, so this diagram is not meant that you can fully understand what is in the detail, but basically we're showing what happens in requirements analysis, which is that you have an input set of information on the left-hand side. This can be something like a stakeholder requirement specification, an operational concept description, ConOps, whatever you want to call it, input information. Then you apply a bunch of analysis techniques, which I'll go through in a minute, in the middle, and you produce a set of artifacts on the other side. The four main artifacts of requirements analysis are the system requirement specification, regardless of what that system is. It can be at a capability level, or it can be at an item level. So, for example, transportation as a capability versus like a train or a railway track as an element within that. The verification requirement specification, it's so important when you're writing requirements to think about how you'll verify it. If you can't express what the criteria and evidence is that you need to show to demonstrate that that requirement has been met, you're not expressing your requirement well enough. So whether you include it in the same requirement specification or separately, that's a key artifact. The next part is the OCD, and unfortunately I don't have much time to go through the latter part, so I'll basically be focusing on the requirements themselves, but the OCD is the operational concept description, showing how your system interacts with external elements, and we'll touch on an analysis technique whose information content could be found in an OCD. And then the last thing is the value model, which is like, it's one of my favorites, but unfortunately I don't have time to go through it today, but like catch me in the area outside if you want to talk about that. So this methodology that's overviewed on the screen is a methodology proposed by my employer, Project Performance International. It is a very robust and rigorous method for this capture and validation of requirements, and I'm going to step through some of the key aspects of it right now. The first part, stakeholder identification. Super important, because this is making sure that we're aware of all of the people who engage with the system, and it's both beneficial and not beneficial, right? Considering the people that might be cause some friction to your development process, as well as regulatory bodies and users of the system, all of those people need to be considered. So we're really trying to identify people who are potential owners of requirements. And as far as talking about requirements management, you really want to make sure you've got every requirement having an owner, someone who takes responsibility for whether the requirement is changed and is making sure that they look at the impacts of changing requirements. So to put this whole process in context, I went online and I searched for real specifications that were released by the government for development, and I've chosen to focus on the UV disinfection system that was released as part of its water sanitation capability system. So when looking at that particular context, here's just a few of the kind of stakeholders that we may want to consult with throughout the process. These people are so important to engage early on because they're going to make sure that we get value out of the techniques. We can do everything. We can follow all the rules, but if we don't have the right people around the table, if we don't follow due diligence in getting inputs from the right people, it's going to be pointless. So now that we've identified stakeholders, we can also start looking at documents. So of course, you could have an input specification, you could have an operational concept description, you could have a business process document, all sorts of things can have relevant information related to goals, requirements, or intended use. And the intended use is really important for validation. So the requirements themselves are great, but they don't really help to get a shared mental model. And that's why I'm really big on the supporting documentation, such as an operational concept description, because we're humans. We appreciate pictures. We need to relate. Comprehending 600 requirements is difficult to kind of get the picture of what the system is that you're trying to develop. So there could be a whole bunch of supporting documents. Here's just an example list that may have come in this particular problem. I didn't get this from the internet, just like coming up with some ideas of what might be there. So we look at all of these and see if there's potential contributors to our requirement spec. And I guess the two layers to appreciate are that we'll have stakeholder requirements as input, which is like, okay, I actually looked at the specification that the government produced for this. It was pretty good, except I think it was very small. I would estimate that for this kind of system, you need about 250 to 300 requirements based on the level of complexity and novelty. Whereas I think that there were like maybe 10 to 15% of that. So I think that there were potentially a lot missing. And this is why we need to do requirements analysis. So hopefully some of these other documents have some more information for us to look at. Okay, so those two parts are pretty simple to do. You identify the stakeholders and you look at your documents. Now you can actually begin the planning for requirements analysis. So you look at your context. What is the level of challenge, the level of novelty, the level of complexity? There are many other factors that I've really learned to appreciate at this conference that can contribute to complexity. So now we begin the planning effort. One of the results of the planning effort is to come up with a quality measure for the requirement specification that you're looking at. And you may ask me and say, like, well, wouldn't you want 100% quality, which is 1 on the scale? We usually measure requirements on a scale of 0 to 1, but not necessarily. The same way that you have like a capability maturity index, not every company needs to be 5 out of 5. Sometimes 3 is good enough. Figure out what is good enough for your particular development. So for the UV disinfection system, I would say, like, okay, just going to thumb suck that it's 0.9, but of course I would have had input from various stakeholders to help me assess the level of risk so that I determine the level of quality of requirements that are needed. So let's just say we need 0.9, and that will give us an indication of the number of effort that we need to do to get from where we are in terms of input requirements to where we need to be. So here's an example requirement that comes from the specification itself. It's actually a compound requirement. It refers to two different aspects of the system or functional aspects. But besides that, the first analysis that we can do when we actually look at the requirements that we receive as input itself is called the parsing analysis. And what you do is you basically split up, and if you can't see the detail of that text, no problem, I'm happy to distribute it or when you receive the slides. But basically, you split up the sentence on a phrase-by-phrase basis into each of the segments according to how it breaks down in English. And then for each of those segments, you determine whether that specific phrase meets a certain set of criteria. Right? So we take that requirement, and once I've populated it into the template, this is how it would look. So put it in there, and then I go for each phrase and I check whether it meets these characteristics. These are the characteristics that should exist for every single requirement. And for requirement sets, they're largely the same, except there'll be additional ones that pertain to the whole set. But there's such good material out there for free to download about writing good requirements and checking that they meet these characteristics. So we take that sentence, we populate it in the parsing template, like I showed on the slide before, then we check that each phrase meets these criteria. Once I've done that, I can get a score. So for this particular requirement, I've just said that it's got a score of about 83%. It was actually like pretty decently written. Like I said, my biggest critique was that there probably weren't enough requirements, a lot that had been omitted that should have been considered potentially. So that was just one requirement. But what if you receive a requirement spec of 500 requirements? You don't need to do this for each requirement. You take a subset, let's say about 10%, you then go through this process and populate it into the table, and then come up with a requirements measure, and that will give you a good indicator of the overall quality of the spec. So let's just say we went through all of this and we saw that the average quality was 0.7. That gives us an indicator of the level of effort that we need to put in to get to level 0.9. Remember, we've got experts around the table, experts in requirements engineering, experts in water sanitation that are going to help us to see specifically where to put the effort to reduce the risk. Okay, so now one of my favorite analyses as well. It's hard to pick one, but the context analysis. This is basically understanding the different states that the system will be in before it is used, well, actually including after use and disposal, as well as the external interfaces that the system will engage with. Just a reminder, when we're doing requirements analysis, we're trying to capture requirements that we may have missed. So we're taking that spec, let's say it had 30 requirements in it, anticipating that we need another 200 or so based off of experience of complexity, and now we're going to go and find what those requirements are. So I'll just read it off. I know it's not the best diagram, but this UV sanitation system is going to go through the following states: the state of being produced, being tested, being delivered, being installed, being used, being supported, having waste removal, being disposed of. Each of those states is a potential source of additional requirements. So this is why we do it. There may be none. It doesn't take very long to do this. It takes a couple of minutes, but there could be additional requirements. Another analysis in the context field is the context analysis, which is basically just looking at external interfaces. So if I do it for the UV disinfection system, these are the interfaces that I get. These are agencies, users, interoperating systems. All of these produce potential sources of requirements. And you want to take a very diverse kind of approach, including everything that could potentially interface with the system for this particular analysis. An example that I often use is there's a company in Australia called Telstra, a telecommunications company. They spent $100 million laying down a fiber optic cable throughout Australia, and only shortly thereafter to find out that there was a specific kind of termite that really liked the fiber optic cable, and so they had to dig it up just a few weeks later. And what a difference this particular analysis would have made. If people are just sitting down and thinking, oh, the fiber optic cable will interact with the soil, and in the soil there are termites, that would have saved them $100 million. So there are some requirements as examples that would come out of these analyses. So now we have the first one, the UV disinfection system shall be capable of handling variations in water flow rates and pressure from the water source without compromising disinfection efficacy. So a couple more requirements are emerging from each of these analyses. I don't know what happened to the text over there, but the next one is a states and modes analysis, and I know I'm like running out of time, but this is another very useful one. This is one of those ones that's really difficult to do in practice, but this is so important to describe the dynamics of the system, especially in safety critical systems. So over here there is a diagram, you can't read all of the text, but showing the transitions between states for a construction usage of a bomb, so a detonating bomb. You can imagine for this kind of system that you want to be very careful about whether the bomb is allowed to go from misfire state into armed state, for example. So very important for safety critical scenarios. And so I just came up with some example requirements that you could have as a result of the states and modes analysis for the UV system, such as when it recognizes that there is a fault, being able to go into error mode. And you'd think, like, why do you need to have, the error state? Why define a failed state? You would want to, for certain contexts, describe exactly how it's failing. If it's failing, what indicators is it showing? Which capabilities become inaccessible? What functionality is maintained? And so forth. Okay, I think that this is the last one that I'll do in detail because of the time. This is also a super high leverage one, the functional flow analysis. This is looking at the main functions, the main operations of the system, and again the purpose is to identify missing requirements. These requirements come at the interfaces as performance requirements, specific sequencing that comes out of this. It's really, really, really valuable. And this particular notation is a functional flow block diagram notation. It's one of my favorites. It's really just simple to understand and to repeat. But I did it for this example in business process modeling language. And these are example of some of the additional requirements that come out of that. So all of these analyses give us more requirements, help us to capture and validate. Then there's just a couple more. Rest of scenario analysis is looking at other sources of environmental and physical requirements. That's also an important one. There's certain questions that we ask ourselves with these remaining analyses that experience will give you. Entity relationship attribute analysis is really significant for like data, information, IT systems. That gives us more information about potential missing requirements. And then just to come back again to one of the things I started off with, which is the parsing analysis. So the very same mechanism that we use to measure the quality of requirements, because we parse them on a phrase-by-phrase basis in this table, is the same mechanism you can use to capture high-quality requirements the first time. It is so powerful. I have a template like on my desk, and you start thinking like this eventually. Clear, concise, easy to understand requirements that will really help us to develop a successful system. So there's a couple of more analyses, and really I just want to... the one thing I wanted to mention is about reviews. Reviews are really important to reduce the risk along development. They help us with verification and validation. And I'll just speak about like the last point that I wanted to mention, which is about the use of AI. So I'm a huge champion of AI. Like, I think there's a lot of potential and a lot of opportunity and a lot of risk. A lot of the diagrams that I came up with there and the requirements themselves I generated using AI. one thing I've realized is that unfortunately in the systems or the problem definition space, the quality of the language models, those that are publicly accessible, is not good. What the AI is useful at the moment is giving us awareness, exposing us to, helping us to think, help us to consider, but those were, some of them were very poorly written requirements. So a word of caution about relying on requirements at this stage, unless you've been involved or have confidence in the language model that was used to develop it, but also to say that it's a great tool for helping to expand your thinking and, you know, get creativity and get you to consider other inputs. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Renee. If I can now invite you, and I think, Sean, if you join Renee on stage here, then we'll open it up to some questions. I don't know if there are questions online or whether there are questions in the room. I acknowledge one hand so long, second, 34. All right, so looks like you're going to be here for a while.
All the difficult questions to Renee.
All the difficult ones? That way. All right, I just want to get my... All righty, shall we start? Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much for the great presentations. I think my question is targeted to Sean in terms of the evaluation criteria that you presented. And I think in particular I was interested in the highest technical offer, that one was highlighted there. And my question really is twofold. Would you inform the bidders upfront in terms of what kind of criteria you're using here? Because the reason why I'm asking this question is if they know that your criteria is based on your highest technical offer, they can price anything. And this is applicable in cases of an innovative type solution. So how would you manage and curb, them just pricing anyhow? You see, so I think my thought that just came through was that perhaps you could use one of the pricing conditions where you have targeted pricing initially as one of the conditions, but let's hear maybe if you have other thoughts.
All right, so I'm just going to get another question. Yes, please.
Yes, thanks. Good morning. A question to Sean. As Sean, you've picked up the challenges that the practitioners are facing in specifications, and the expectations that they must know how to draft the specs. So I'd like to also know your thoughts on how can we proactively involve the suppliers in this specification development process to avoid challenges post-award. And secondly, to Renee, I am noting with interest on the quality of requirements slide that, at the bottom you have other, the non-explicitly stated requirements. It is very interesting because in our environment that is not sort of allowed, we get questioned, if you say other, what is that other and how are you going to evaluate it? So have you not came across any challenges with that element? Thanks.
All right, let's go, Santi, and then I'll come to the gent at the back.
Thanks. My question is to Renee. So I observe with wonder the technical breadth of how we can go about setting up specifications, but the challenge, I think, is how we are able to interpret that technical approach and implement it in a working environment where the supply chain practitioners are struggling just to understand the product that they're trying to describe. And very often the supply chain practitioner and the end user are at loggerheads about whose priorities are more important, whether it's supply chain compliance or the end user's requirement for the product to be of an appropriate standard. So I would really like to understand how we could simplify that incredibly sophisticated toolkit, and I'm specifically talking about the list of questions, your template that you were talking about, and the test. If there's a way that we can simplify that so that we could go and test it in my context, for example, a municipal environment where we're talking about describing a particular piece of infrastructure that we're wanting to procure, and see if we can make that accessible to people with those two conflicting skill sets and priorities. Thank you.
Right, hope you got that. And then the last question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My question is regarding with the issue of systems engineering. I would like to know if it's possible to somehow in the process to monetize the compliance with the functional specifications. We can have specifications, but during the implementation of the plant, if the contractor does not meet these specifications, how we can monetize, and this is also related to the issue of functional guarantees. And the second question is just about the company in general. How are you successful in this market in terms of getting involved in big projects or complex projects? If you have been, if there are examples of big projects we have been involved and where you applied these methodologies. Thank you.
All right, so I'm first going to hand to them, and then I'll come back to the other hands in the room. Sean, I think there were two directed your way, one on criteria used, and the other one in terms of the challenges linked to the practitioners. And then Renee, I think you had something like 4 other requirements, technical breadth, and what does that mean in terms of reality of the practitioners, some questions around system engineering, and maybe some experience from a company perspective. Thanks, Sean.
Threshold. And if you don't get the 70 or 75 or 80%, then you're out. But if you do, then you go through, and then we use the award criteria, price and preference to decide the deal. But there are many other ways, right? One of the consequences of that is bidders only submit a proposal to get through. They don't submit a good proposal. There's no incentive to a bidder to give you a good proposal. They just got to give you a good enough proposal, and they're through. So we've got to change that game somehow. And by telling the bidders upfront and being clear on the way you're going to award, being transparent on the criteria, one of the ways to up the game is to say, we're going to give this deal to the top scoring bidder. It's exactly the same criteria and everything that we use, except the deal is the top scoring bidder gets it. We might do top 5, and then we put the top 5 through a price and preference. So that's one of the ways we could do it, to manage the price concern that you've got, is we don't give it to just the top one, but we would take the top 5 through to the next award criteria stage. One way is to have a ceiling or target price. You're right. Those are the ways to control it. So you can have many of these different things, but we've got to get out of the mindset that says the only way is a minimum threshold for functionality, and then you're through. There are different ways we could do it. The question on how do we allow suppliers to help us shape the specification? I think a lot of that was probably answered yesterday in the methods. So one of the methods would be competitive dialogue. And competitive dialogue is we'll get some good input from the front. Competitive dialogue is there's a dialogue with bidders before you put the specification together. Shock horror, right? And currently, public procurement says you can't talk to the bidder, you can't talk to suppliers. But if you engage with them in a controlled manner, where you're still keeping to the principles of transparency and competitiveness, and you're inviting multiple in, then you can do that. And we've got to, and it's often termed early market engagement. And Professor Sophie Williams showed a slide yesterday with the different options. And the one that is used here as well in some areas is a workshop with suppliers. You call the suppliers in. And, because the concern is that if you're asking bidders, they're going to influence the specification, and then you're going to have a biased specification. Well, if they're all in the same room, they're going to keep each other honest. and they're going to manage and they're going to ensure that. So that's one way. And I think we've got to start recognizing that sometimes we've got complex specs that we don't necessarily know how we put them together, and we should actually start engaging with them. And there's other ways, and the competitive negotiations is another potential method for doing that. I think those are the two questions.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. All right, I'm going to hand over there to Renee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so if I could first just build off of what Sean was saying about the valuation criteria, because I think it's so important. Like, why wouldn't you want to know exactly what is important to you, to the suppliers? I would actually try to be as explicit as possible, using in general about 7 to 15 key critical criteria of what's going to help you to distinguish a better solution from another. And so I'm also a huge fan of engaging the suppliers in it and actually making it's an iterative process as part of the bidding process. I think what people expect as the result of the bidding process is very subject to disappointment, because how can you present, usually in a very short timeline, a potential solution when you don't even properly understand the problem because you haven't been able to ask questions? And then the question about like making the tools more accessible. I think like there's definitely some of them that are higher, like the or that have a better accessibility, like the context flow analysis. There's certain things, just a little bit of practice and you'd be able to do it. But I also think that for projects that are worth hundreds of millions of rands and are just, you know, affect so many people, why wouldn't you want the specialty of people who've been committing their lives to writing proper requirements? This is the basis for development. The specification is the basis along with the contracts. And so the proper expertise, yes, it is sophisticated. And you have sophistication in human resources, in accounting, in, you know, construction, all these different places. Why wouldn't you have the same level of sophistication in requirements, which actually determine, you know, the rest of the project? One of the slides that I saw yesterday was about the life cycle cost commitment. Decisions early on, even though you've only spent a certain amount of the check, you've actually locked in a lot of the decisions and constraints that are going to affect the overall cost. So requirements create a necessary constraint and boundary and envelope to operate within that are going to drive development going forward. So it's worth the sophistication and the effort. In general, they say about 10 to 15%, about 14% of the total system development should be on systems engineering activities, of which requirements analysis is a huge part. So it's not about overdoing it, you know, doing it just for the sake of it. I'm a huge fan of tailoring to the context. So knowing those tools are available and then adjusting the depth to which you do it depending on your context, but knowing that they're available and using them as needed to reduce the risk and to maximize the opportunity is super important. And then there was a question about a supplier not meeting compliance. I think that, again, you can tell I'm passionate about requirements, but that the specification is super important, and the agreement, like in systems engineering, we have 31 processes that you can call upon and tailor in different ways, and they have a very kind of complex interaction between them. But we have the acquisition and supply process, and that those two result in an agreement of which both parties take responsibility. And so something like a statement of work, as well as the clear consequences of where risk lies, that's a huge part. Who's going to take ownership if something doesn't happen? For example, if you're transitioning a system from development into operation, is it the acquirer's responsibility, or is it the supplier's responsibility? Properly stipulating the consequences of that. So I would suggest, regardless of which side you're on, treating it as though, like, you know, I don't want to say your life is on the line, but taking every due diligence to make sure that you've got clarity, and assume that if it's not defined, it will be you. It will be you that, you know, has to pay the price there. So I think the agreements and the requirement specification through a statement of work and other risk management matrices allow us to clearly define who has to take ownership of non-compliance. And then, yeah, I think, yes. And then with regards to experience with our company, so we mainly do training, short courses, training, but we also do consulting. So we work with companies in all sorts of sectors, private and public, medical device, oil and gas, infrastructure, automotive, aerospace, defense, you name it. And some of the projects that we've worked on have been about $300 million worth. And yeah, I think like these techniques are being used. They definitely are being used, and most familiarly in defense and aerospace, especially in the US and now Europe more and more. So yes, I think the results show, there's a lot of case studies and evidence to show that these techniques work, and we do it all the time to help companies. Or at least I hope it helps
Right.
them. I know it helps them.
Thanks. I hope I answered all the questions. I know there was something about other requirements. Was that covered? Was covered. All right. There were 2 hands. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my word. See, many hands. I have to go to, okay, so it's 1, Vincent, 3, and 4. All right, so we'll start at the back, then I'll come down. Okay?
Thank you. I think this one's for Sean, mainly back to the specification aspects, especially when you then deal with the service providers and the suppliers, and you said, you know, bring them into the room, have a transparent engagement with them. But where's the fine line to a point where the suppliers are not drafting their own SOW? Where do you stop that so that you don't enter into the realm of now being reviewed? Because now you have suppliers who've drafted their own SOWs, especially if it's a very specific and niche kind of service that you're looking for, or you need a specific software, and everyone knows that Sean is the one that has the software. So if we add this software in our mandatory requirements, then we basically drafted it for Sean. So where is the fine line? Where do I need to stop talking to you to make sure that I don't enter into the realm of reviews?
All right, Vincent?
Yeah, maybe just as a start before the question is to say, I think in the space where I work, because it's cutting edge research, and there's an element of commercialization as well. R&D naturally, because the way the researchers operate or they work, they collaborate internationally. I think some of the best articles in Nature paper, in the Nature journal, is because of collaborated research, and the outputs of that is, you know, out there in the world. So I think early market engagement is critical, and that's what we will continue to promote. The question that I have for Sean is that you're indicating there is quite a bit of tools available for specifications, but there's limited uptake of these tools. Would you put that down to the flexibility of the legislation and the regulations, or would you put it down to academic institutions, training programs, or, you know, other things? Just your thoughts in terms of your engagement with the topic.
All right, thanks. Then I'll come to the lady and then to the front.
Good morning. Thank you. My question is with regards to the evaluation criteria, specifically double dipping. I wanted to get your perspective in terms of establishing a panel. You will have, typically you will have a evaluation criteria where the bidders must meet the minimum threshold, whatever you would have said. So is it seen as double dipping if you have a minimum threshold that the bidders must meet to be on the panel, and then you then additionally have a number that you want on the panel? So you'll have the minimum threshold, and you'll say, I want to have maybe 5 bidders on the panel. Is it seen as double dipping? Thank you.
Right, and then lastly, Ibna.
Hi, Renee. It's a question for you. Sure, that was very thought-provoking, your presentation. So the one slide you had a calculation where you got to the specification being at 83%. So what happens if your calculation arrives at 40%? What do you do? Would you abandon, or would you proceed to respond? And how does a calculation like that affect your pricing strategy that you would adopt?
All right, so let's open it up. Sean, will we go to you? I think you have 3. One is about, in a sense, when you get the suppliers in the room, how do you ensure that you have still control? The tools are available, but there seems to be no uptake. Your thoughts on that? And is there an issue around double dipping? I hope I've got that right.
The tool that we commonly use at the moment is a request for information. Not the most ideal thing. We don't get responses from suppliers. Very, very hesitant to always spend a huge amount of money to give us the information. And by the time we've gone through we're asking for information because we don't really understand that particular area. So we have these naive people that are looking at this information and trying to distill from that. RFIs don't really work that well. We've got to find ways, right? So if we're concerned about the supplier writing the terms of reference, let's bring a probity auditor in to be part of that discussion and to monitor that. And we must find ways to do it. The problem is if we sit as the procurement community and say, users, you cannot talk to the suppliers out there, you can't ask them questions because that's going to influence things. If we do that, we're naive because they are doing that. Although we say they can't, they are. Yeah, and because they need to do that, as Vince said. So we've got to find ways to do it and put these in place and put the controls in place. Because you're right, there are concerns. Vince, your question as to why, yeah, I think partly it's because I don't think that academically we're sound enough in terms of all these things. So when we've put together something on specification types, and when I try and go through all the literature that's out there on specification types, it's not that easy to take it and put it into something that a practitioner can then understand. I think that there's some richness in that notion of a specification type, but to put it into something which a practitioner can say, this is what the criteria looks like in a performance specification versus design specification versus technical specification. It's not as advanced as it could be. And I think it is. We're just not training well enough, and we're not, yeah, and if you just listen to what Renee has gone through, I mean, that's mind-blowing, and there's a massive amount of training that needs to happen in order to apply those tools. There was another question, double dipping. I'm not sure. So double dipping is when you use the same criteria in different stages of the evaluation process. So if you use a criteria of number of years of experience in the upfront stage, you don't use number of years experience in the final award decision, okay? Because you've already used it and they've already had the benefit of that first dip upfront. So I wouldn't use a minimum threshold idea and then have say that we're only going to put 5 people onto the panel. I would use a top scoring, and we're going to take the top scoring 5 bidders and put those onto the panel. Right? Because the minimum threshold is, you're going to run into trouble somewhere. If you said the minimum threshold is 70 and you've got 20 that got it, but you only want 5, it's going to be unfair how you decide which of those 20 you're going to take and put the 5 on. So we've got to use another way. And so rather do a top 5 scoring bidders, and which works very well in frameworks and panels, by the way, because if you use the minimum threshold and you have different lots within a panel, one is criminal lawyers and the other one is intellectual property lawyers. You're going to get 200 in the criminal law space and you're going to get 5 in the intellectual property. So you want to have a way to try and get a better balance in the panels that we've got. I don't know if that answers the question.
Right, Renee, I think your question was linked to the target. Of course, I would want to know, how do you set the target? Because you can only see what you know.
Yes. Okay, I'll answer that, and I just want to make one more comment about what you were talking about with the minimum thresholds. So you asked a question about if it's, if we get a requirements quality measure of 40%, what does that mean? Does it mean give up, or what is the response? I think it totally depends on in systems engineering, we call it a life cycle approach, which is the way that you're going about development dependent on the context. And I actually see that there's a relationship between the life cycle approach, which is based on the system and the level of uncertainty and risk. So for a highly innovative system, in the beginning, you're not going to know much about the requirements. There might be technology instability and other things too. I would then be reasonable and expect that in the beginning, I've got a very low quality measure. Whereas if I'm looking at something like infrastructure, where there's a high potential to know a lot in the beginning, then I would be less lenient on that. So, I mean, that might be one of the kind of criteria that I would use, is to be here are some stakeholder requirements, write them in system requirements, and then see what the quality is that you get back of those requirements and use that as a metric for selecting a supplier. Because it's you can obviously look at the requirement individually, but then get an impression of how many requirements are missing. So it depends whether you're trying to understand the capacity to know the individual, the the capability in writing individual requirements or the completeness, that you'd be looking at those two different things. So you can't just say just looking at the number. It depends on the context and what information you're trying to know in the system of development. I just remembered one question, which was about the other field in that passing template that I showed. Use with caution. The other field is there as an alarm of you shouldn't have anything in the other field. And so if you are writing your requirements where you can't figure out the phrase, you don't know if it's an actor or a condition of action, or, then there's a problem. So when you pass a requirement the first time, you might have this whole bunch of gibberish, this like information that's nice to know at the end. Some of the requirements that I got from ChatGPT had a lot of like, this is why. You don't need the why in the requirement. If you've gone through the requirements analysis, you just have the content that will drive development. And then with regards to, there's one of the the outcomes of requirements analysis, that value model, the last thing on the right-hand side, the VM thing. I think that would be like super, super helpful to you. I feel like the minimum, those assessment criteria that you're using to select between suppliers or bidders, the minimum criteria should correspond to a requirement. Nobody should be moving forward if they don't meet the requirements. We always drop anything that doesn't have the capacity to meet requirements, and then we choose and select based on those aspects that are important to us, on what's better or not better. And there's some really complex, or not even complex, but really involved techniques around what we call measures of effectiveness and prioritizing against competing stakeholder inputs. And I'd be really happy to like talk to anybody who's interested. But yes, minimum criteria should be the requirements. Or else why is it in the criteria?
All right, Henry, I just want to check. There's nothing online, right? All good. I just want to pretend that I'm listening to what you guys are talking. So Sean, you were talking about theory and practice. My question is, who and where is the theory being taught? And where is the practice? Because I think you can often use practice to confirm, affirm a theory. But the people who are getting the theory are probably the people sitting in university, and the person doing the practice is the person who's doing the practice. I am there now. And will these two worlds ever meet? Or will practice never catch up to theory because we dream up new things over and over again? So the bar gets higher and higher and higher. I'm the practitioner. I came out of matric 15 years ago. I've learned everything on the job. Where does the two worlds meet?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question. I don't know if there is an answer. So who's teaching that? So at the moment in South Africa, there isn't. We have this notion of unit standards for training, and there's no unit standard on specifications. There are some techniques that are included in some of the supply chain training that we've got, like total cost of ownership might be there, but there's very little training that's happening. And I don't know if it's which one comes first, if we need the theory first and the books. It would probably help because then we've got some content that can then be shared and interpreted and articulated to practitioners. But there's a need, and that's what we've got to do, and that's part of what this conference is to start that process, to start building that up, that content up, that academic rigorous content up, as opposed to what is happening in many cases. I mean, I didn't even mention how do you determine the weighting, right? The criteria that we suggest, the technique we suggest is a pairwise comparison technique, right? But no one really knows that. Nobody does it, but it's a real technique that gets done, but it's not being taught. It's we do, but it's not. And so people don't know, they're not aware. It's scattered in different literature, but it's not pervasive. It's not. And we've got to start doing that. I think Prof. Kia wanted to make a comment.
Can I just quickly add to that? I know Renee won't say this herself, but I mean, this is exactly where companies like Renee's really come into the pictures. One of the important reasons we invited her to participate in this conference to showcase what can be done. And I think operations like Renee's employer do exactly this. They operate in that space between the theory and the practice. They digest the theory at a very high level and then produce tools and mechanisms and training on the back of that can translate that into real practice. I mean, I don't think anyone that looked at her presentation today can legitimately make the claim that that's not practical, that what she presented is not something you can now take back to your office. And I think engagement with outfits like that, much more aggressively, perhaps more coherently, more coordinated in our system, will certainly benefit all of us. And I think that's the direction we also should be taking for this particular topic.
Just asking if I can ask a question.
Oh, okay. One last question, because I can just feel that we're thirsty, right? We need time for this. You also have a question? All right, so let me get the one from the floor. Yeah, okay. Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to understand, it is estimated that public procurement in our country is about 600 billion. And most of the procurement is done through specification. And my question is in two folds. Partly it was covered the capacity requirements of an ordinary practitioners like ourselves. And we procure various types depending on the organization. NRF, we have highly complex procurement that we're making. Is there any thoughts around the competency requirements of practitioners that deals with complex procurement? And the last part is the one that is close to what I do, is what are the transformation opportunities on specifications? Is there an opportunity to bring in the transformation imperative of our country? As far as that specification, I can just make an example of this big construction where you could have tiers of suppliers drawn in the specification to bring in the small players that has been previously disadvantaged. Thanks, Chair.
All right, Sean, so I don't know if you want to fire at that. The one is about competencies, seeing that specifications is a big part of the procurement process, and how do we ensure that we have competent people, and what are the opportunities around transformation, if I think I've got that right.
So, I don't think we have a well-articulated competency. The Act says that it must be regulated. We must issue regulations on that competency framework. So I think there's an opportunity now. There are lots of different competency frameworks that are around in South Africa. I see Ronald is at the back there, and he can probably share the multiple that are there. I don't on this procurement of complex and innovation, and I don't think it gets to the level of detail that we're discussing here. Your question, transformation. I think right. If you're building something new that doesn't exist, there's an opportunity there for suppliers to grow and develop, and we need to have good methods. I think the answer to that one is actually methods as opposed to a set aside type set asides will not necessarily work to help it. If we have a SBIR type approach that the US has got, I think we've got a better opportunity to do that. But if we just approach this in the way of we're just going to set aside these deals, it's not necessarily going to work for the innovation, the complex stuff.
I'll be quick, I promise. I think competency frameworks are super important. And it would be great if there was one in procurement. I think there's like always the actual practice is further than the theory and the sciences that are available to us, at least publicly. And so I would be looking for like analogous fields, like systems engineering has a competency framework. Like where are the other practice stakeholders. There's many of them with established frameworks. And just to add to that, the importance of soft skills, holder engagement and things, the techniques are great, they're awesome, but having the people skills to be able to build rapport and to have respect for everybody that you encounter and to realize that even though this person is doing your head in, they have some value to offer. And there's a lot of that is also super important. And I've got a saying that soft skills are the new hard skills. So that would also be part of the competency framework. And then with regard to transformation, if I was at like the department level, I would be coming up with requirement specs for systems, capability systems that have in the requirement must involve at least 60% of local suppliers, whatever it is. You can, in the requirements specification, it's not only about the technical performance and functional performance. It's also about the characteristics, things like, availability and aesthetics. Those things can also be in there, but also, like we saw with the context flow analysis, how you go about procuring, how you go about building. And so the transformation should really be reflected in the requirements. Don't let anything not be captured in the specification. That's of importance. And some things could be goals. Like, okay, the minimum criteria is achieving this. That's why it's a requirement. But then you'd use the word should instead of shall for a goal. And like that would be used for like a measure of effectiveness, or selecting between two different alternatives, one that's better than the other. But everything meets the requirements. I'll still take it forward.
Right, so thank you, Renee. Sean, there you have it. Mind your E's and your R's and make sure that you articulate and get the message across. Work on your specifications and let's move forward. So thanks again to our two speakers, and let's go for tea, and let's be back at 2:45. Is that fine? 10:45. We'll start with the next session. Thanks again. Yeah. Okay.
Recording in progress.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your bit of a leg stretch and the tea break. So we're continuing with our program. We're into the second session of the morning. We have two inputs in terms of learning, and then we have a panel discussion that will take us into lunch. So let me introduce to you our first speaker, one of two, and this is Professor George Nwangu. He's an extraordinary professor, Department of Public Law at Stellenbosch University. He holds a professorship of law at the Nile University of Nigeria and is Director General of the Global Center for Law and Business in Abuja, Nigeria. He's traveled far. He woke up this morning and today he's here to talk to us about PPPs and specification types.
Sorry. Oh. Sorry. So in practice, the PPP contract will contain all three of them. It will contain the technical specifications because it would, some of the construction that needs to happen needs to, there'll be building codes that they need to meet, so it will be in there. But where PPPs find their use is usually within the functional and performance specifications. So because under traditional procurement, so traditional procurement is your typical procurement that we've been talking about all through, collaborative approach between the private and public sector. And this is not surprising since we say PPPs are partnerships. So I like to make a distinction between input specifications and output specifications. Input specifications are used in traditional procurement. You put it into the solicitation documents and send out, and but for PPPs usually favor the output specifications. We assume that the public sector, that's the procuring authority, knows what it wants. But this is not always the case. It's not always the case. It's the case that sometimes the procuring authority does not really know what it wants. And it's left to the private sector providers to sort of help out. And what PPP support is a collaborative effort where both parties sit down and agree and work together. So typically, if I'll give an example, if you wanted to, I'll give an example of something that happened in Sierra Leone. I was asked, someone approached me and said, look, we want to build a bridge between the airport and because when you land in Freetown, apparently there's no other way to get into the hinterlands without using helicopters or whatever, and they wanted to build a bridge. But the question was whether a bridge was the only solution available. Whether I know the concept of value for money has been, what happened? The concept of value for money has been bastardized here, but whether it provides value for money. And that's the question. And it's usually the private sector that can help. Private sector can always help you. So what this does is that a PPP will allow both parties collaborate and, sorry, it's gone? Okay, so I'll just keep talking then. And, I hope you're not moving. Yes. So these will collaborate and come up with what is necessary, the requirements that are useful. So, how do PPPs? What roles do PPPs play within the contract? Between output specification and PPPs, you have, so there's what is in PPPs promote bundling and whole life costing. I know, so when a PPP would basically say a build, operate, transfer, for instance, will mean the private sector is to build, operate, manage the project, and it bundles it together into one contract, unlike traditional procurement that would break it into several segments. What is the private sector operator defaults and you want to step in, it will mean that you have to go and get engineers back, management back to take over, and that can be cumbersome. But it's something that's available to the public sector. There'll be disputes over some of those specifications in the contract. And of course, but if you clearly, if the specifications are very clear, it will help reduce the disputes. But if there are disputes, of course, there are ways to resolve disputes. Lawyers know that you can resort to mediation, arbitration, and other legal proceedings. Oh, he's coming. So there is the mechanism for, you can do early terminations. Early terminations means you bring an end to the contract, you take over the contract, and there, of course, you sometimes you pay for early terminations, but it's done in a manner that is favorable to everyone. So sometimes within the thing about PPPs that there are grounds for renegotiations, so you can actually adjust the output specifications within the contractual lifespan of the project. You of, but for different reasons, but it met its targets. I will not come to South Africa and not talk about the HAL train. The HAL train is a PPP project in South Africa. My colleague, the person coming next after me, would do justice to that. But what I want to basically say is that South Africans should be proud of this project. They're not always proud of it, but because it was successfully implemented, the targets were exceeded. For instance, 34,800 local jobs were created during construction, exceeding the targets. So there were targets of 16,800, and the other targets were met. What typically happened was the output specifications, the private sector was giving clear output specifications, and it resulted to project success. I would not talk about the London Underground, but I will talk about when it goes wrong, because PPPs go wrong sometimes. Now, in this particular case, it's a local airport built in Lagos, Nigeria. The output specifications were changed within the contractual term, but nobody went back to look at the contract to see that some of the terms of the contract needed to also align with the changes that were made. So the original contractors had a non-compete clause, which basically said that the private sector, that the government was never going to build a new airport that would compete with the existing airport without giving the private sector the first right of refusal. And when the concession term was moved from 15 years to 30 years, nobody went back to really reflect on the impact of that, on that clause. And so when the government decided that it needed a new airport after 10, 15 years, so the private sector said, look, here's the term. And the government went ahead and rebuilt got a new airport, and it caused a lot of problems and legal issues. So when output specifications are being changed, you ought to go back and make sure that the other contractual terms are aligned. Thank you very much. I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Thanks for that input. So now I know what PPP is. Right, so we're going to move to our next speaker. As I said, we have two before we go into a panel discussion. So let me quickly introduce the next speaker is Mr. Nhlatla Sebola, who's the Program Manager Funding and PPPs for the Gautrain Management Agency. And again, just talking to us about early reflections on outcomes-based specifications for public-private partnerships.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And thanks, George. I will continue with the gospel as well. And I'm saying this because many a times whenever I talk about PPPs, I will find a speaker who's vehemently opposed to PPP as a procurement model. So at least today I don't have that challenge of having to defend the PPPs. In the main, I think we've been asked to also just share a bit of an insight about the Gautrain. That's where I come from. I'm an economist by profession, and many a times I've been leading some of the transaction. I'm not from supply chain, just let me put it that clear. But I've led a couple of transactions. I continue to do so even today. If we can just get that presentation, get going. Oh, okay. All right, I'll keep on talking. Yeah, no, maybe I should do that. I think the public-private partnerships in South Africa has been used often now as a clear public-private partnership procurement model. We've seen, I think, actually it has been around even way before the regulation came through. Around 1997 and around 2001 it was firmly regulated, but we've seen especially the highways in this country. We've seen in recent times the renewables as well being executed through a PPP model, and obviously the Gautrain, which I'll give you some bit of insight about how that has been working. They're still struggling to get this. Oh, okay. I'm done singing. And I'm sure yeah, no, I used to be a good singer. I can't sing anymore. Oh, just check on your machine, Sean. Day before. Before. Looks like, it's not this one.
I'm just coming to stand with you so that you don't feel lonely.
Yeah.
Not that that is going to help, but I feel it with you.
Yeah.
In these moments where they look at us and we look at them.
Yeah. Or let's try something. Let me see if I can't remember everything that is there. And we start going, because otherwise we're going to waste your time. Should we do that?
We could, because they would not know that you missed something. So just go.
Okay. So there are a couple of oh, there you go. So I was about to just keep going, but I think it is here now. So I think we can. So there are three things that I want to just share with you this morning, and I think it's not so much the theory. I don't deal with the theory. I just deal with the practice. Been practitioner for a couple of years. What characterizes these PPPs, and the reason for it is that there is quite a strong link between its characterization and the kind of specification you put out there. And you'll see that it doesn't really work well with an input specification when you do a PPP. When the day you choose to do a PPP, you must know that the input specification is almost out of the window. It means that it drives you to sort of a performance more in an output specification. I'll talk to you about the Gautrain as a PPP, and of course, some of these areas that come with this input spec and output spec. So this is what I was talking about, that you see a lot of this investment in South Africa being delivered, and some of you, I hope that everybody has used the Gautrain. Fantastic system to use. I hope everybody has driven in our national roads. It's a fantastic, even if you drive in the most darkest hour, you not worry about one thing. There isn't really any pothole. So that model seems to work. In recent time, you will have seen that Albert Luthuli went through a reconcessioning. If you have used the services of Albert Luthuli Hospital, which was delivered as a PPP, you'll see such a pleasure to receive that service. So there's something that works with these PPPs, and I think that's a slide that I wanted to show. But why will you opt for a PPP as a procurement model? One of the things that has got its greatest strength is that its ability to transfer, and I think George also touched on it, its ability to transfer risk to the party that is actually best placed to manage it. And that's very key for the procurement practitioners, right? Because at times we tend to, as the public sector, to take certain risks that we're not so good at managing as well. We need to think about crowding in private capital, because at times we think about, oh, we can do it ourselves, and therefore we don't need private capital. I think that will be incorrect as well. George also talks about this level of innovation and expertise that comes with the private, public-private participation as well. It really helps in the main as well. And the good thing about it is that also from a technological evolution over time, what it tends to do is that you are not stuck, because sometimes when we have engineered a spec, you tend to be stuck with your own technology, but in a PPP, you're not stuck because the private sector will evolve with technology over time. And what characterizes this in the main? You know, the public sector generally is what you see in the left, on the left side. We make land available, we create a legislation that works, and any form of guarantees that we need to give to the private sector, and of course we give them the rights, and of course then communicate what our long-term vision is. What the private sector ought to do in that sort of a procurement choice, obviously they will have to design and build any form of innovation over time. Operate and of course maintain and finance and bring access to the markets. As it were. Monies get generated through that sort of concessioning agreement. Of course, the state then generates the required taxes. People move in transport sector like ours, in the Gautrain, people move in a manner that is quite efficient as it were. Very few people will complain about how train is influenced from a mobility perspective. And there are obvious other benefits that comes with it, and how you then develop the economy, and of course through this investment as well. And there are issues around time, environmental protection. I can spend the day on that, but that's not where I want to spend my time. There is this slide, however, please understand that it follows a very highly regulated process, and this has got a very 4 stages that are quite, and for those that sometimes argue about this PPP as a procurement model, is because they run away from this particular process, because in this regulation 16A, very clear, it says when you are thinking about it, you're going to have to obviously register it with your relevant treasury, and the day you register with your relevant treasury, it says you're going to have to embark on a full feasibility study for it, and it also prescribed for you. It says you must get the necessary skills, and it defined what sort of those skills that you have to have in place. You develop the feasibility study, and when you are done with the feasibility study, it goes to them. They have to approve that. As soon as that is done, you have to then agree that now I have now worked on my so-called procurement documents, and that's where we talk about specification and all of those things. and the contracts, because it's a requirement. You have to have not only your specification in place, but you have to have a contract that is fully developed. Now, you as the procuring department, an entity, you can't just do it on your own. It means that you're going to have to submit back to the Treasury. They have to approve before you can go to market as it were. There are two things that also came in the conversation earlier on. There are two that I will advise. There was a question around market engagement. It's a necessary intervention, especially the minute you, as the procuring entity, you decide there is a need to do X. I will say that engage the market at that stage. And the need analysis gets done as part of your feasibility study. Engage that. So it's not so much an influence. The reason for it is also driven by the fact that this is not about somebody supplying you with some few things and they leave the room. It's a long-term relationship, and therefore the party you're going to be entering a relationship with need to understand what actually you're looking for so that they can be responsive to. The second part to it I will advise is the optimization. As soon as your RFP, request for proposal, that technical spec, and the contract is ready, please place it into the market and say, give us your comments. You don't have to take their comment, you don't have to take everything that they say, but the market will necessarily have what we call a market consensus. So if there's something that is bothering the market across, they will raise it, because there are many of some of these things that are quite a blind spot for us as we are procuring. So it's very important that you make those. And they give the comment. I find it very valuable in many of the transactions I've done, because you get a very good feedback around that. In as far as this, obviously, as you know, these three things are actually a cornerstone, or the pillars of Triple P. And the rig transfer is the one that makes that spec to be an output specification. And let me explain this. You see, when you say to the private sector that I need a service between Johannesburg and Pretoria to facilitate movement on people every single day, you don't say to the private sector that I need you to design this type of a service. It must be blue in color, it must be 1 meter height, 2 meter width, with this ambience and all of that. You don't do that, right? Because the minute you do that, it means that that risk, because you have now engineered your own design, and therefore the private sector will deliver exactly as you said. And if things go wrong, that's your issue. Many of you in the room will remember the issue of the Shosholoza made, the locomotives. They call it toll trains, right? Because what happened there was that the engineers in Prasa, they felt that they needed a locomotive that is 4.1 height. So they say that, right? And the private sector respond as such. But they could have done a very simple thing to say that particular locomotive must just adhere to what we call network infrastructure interface specification. That's it. Then it means the private sector will have to respond to that, and hence in that instance the procuring entity was obviously caught. I accept that there are obviously challenges that comes with PPPs for sure. I've spoken about the regulatory framework, because every single step, until the very day you say I've reached a financial close, you have to go back to Treasury for approval. So that we must have. But there is currently a review on that. There is, of course, an obvious issue around skills constraints that we find in executing that. I'm doing a transaction currently, and guess where my project director is from? It's currently based in New Zealand, purely because of the kind of complexity that comes with it. So I recognize that. Of course, the decision making, and of course, there is this thing of political support. You just don't win when coming to PPPs if you don't have political championing of them. Because at times it sounds like a bit of an ideology for some, because what they tend to do is like you are privatizing a service, which is far from truth. Actually, they are far from each other. But for those that are opposing to this, they will talk about this as some form of privatization. This is the how train. As you know, the how train was, we went to the market and contracted in 2006 for the private sector needed to design what you see today. It needed to build that infrastructure that you see today. It needed to finance partly of what you see there, and of course needed to maintain. And of course, at the end of the concessioning, which is March 2026, that particular asset will then revert to the state, and pretty much that's the structure you see on the right. Over time, that structure has changed with some of the companies that were actually involved. And then by its makeup, you see not only just the train that comes with it, but there's a number of sort of business activities that gets generated, and many of you in supply chain talks about the socio-economic development, how does it empowerment work, and all of that, because these deals have to have a reflection of that. But with a very appropriate risk transfer, you can see that the how train had actually done very, very, very well. I mean, its availability, and you can see there, is quite high. 98, 99% of the time, the how train will be on time. So every time you get to the station, the likelihood is that the train will be ready for you and to take you for wherever you want to go. We have only one security incident per 1 million trips that we take. So you can see that from a security, so we don't really suffer a lot from that. And again, it's got to do with the strength, because we passed that, all of it, to the private sector. We said, we don't want to hear anything. You're going to have to implement, and if there are security challenges, it's your issue. There are obvious complexities, market appetite. You can take a guess. I mean, with the much fanfare in 2002, we put this and we thought everybody, but only 2 bids came at the time, and very people will not know. So you don't get 100 bids in this instance. So there's very few players that will ordinarily come through as well, and that's the kind of complexity that comes with this type of transactions. We are busy now reconcessioning for the next phase. The reality is that we don't have a case that says we can go to a sister company and say, when you reconcession the last time, how did you do it? We have to create our own sort of narrative, and that makes life a little bit more difficult for sure. Just quickly, this is what it then produces eventually. It produces all of these pages and all of that, but I can tell you now, in all of these pages that makes up what then becomes the contract and the thousands of pages of schedules, there was only 40 pages. 40 pages that created a dispute to the value of about 2 billion rand. So be careful around when you equally contract, because it's just the smallest of the bigger documents that can create a bigger problem in that instance. 40 words actually, not even 40 pages, sorry. As you can see there, and that was a dispute with the private party, but we resolved that. We learned obviously many lessons that your stakeholders are very key. You are not going to sign in these long-term deals without really managing your stakeholders properly. You never really get 100% support, but that should never be a worry. Anyway, nothing of that sort works. In as far as extension, so we are looking at extending our program, as you know, going towards west, east, and of course north. And we are still going exactly the same way on how we approach the how train that you see today. Bring the investment, bring the innovation, and transfer the risk that we believe that the party that is best placed to manage those risks must take those risks in any way, so that we can obviously assure its service quality and sustainability over time. So that's pretty much an output spec that we will be following. I want to close with this slide in terms of the input spec. Remember, as I was saying earlier on, that in as far as this input spec and output spec, input spec, as you know, it works very well on standardized goods and services. But where you have a very unique services output spec, I find it to work a little bit better. But in PPPs, it work a lot better for output spec, because I can't see you now starting to think about telling a private party that it must be 1 centimeter there versus 2 centimeter, what the height and all of those, and still expect them to take a risk on that item. Rather focus on performance. But when you do focus on performance, be very clear around what is it? What is the objective? What is it that you're seeking to achieve with the investment, and clearly articulate that to the private sector, because that really works. Without really creating that sort of understanding, you're obviously going to have a problem. The other ones, I think I will just leave them there, and I think I can take the questions as they arise. So that is what Program Director, we thought we could give some insight for the audience this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. If I can invite George also to just join you here on the chairs, and then we will open up the 2 presentations for questions. I've got 1, 2, 3 hands already that I recognize in the room. 4. So we'll start 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think the question I have is around the evaluation of output specifications. So how do you objectively evaluate output specification without being subjective? I know you did mention the focus on performance, but I think maybe if you can just maybe expand on that element.
All right. Second question.
Okay. Thank you both for excellent presentations. The UK, which is arguably the sort of the country where all this has started and evolved, especially thanks to new public management, etc., all that. There's been a period in which the use of public sector comparator used to be, the must. You have to do it. But now, if you look at very recent guidelines by UK government, it's sort of kind of been downplayed a little bit. Why? For a very simple reason, because comparing bananas with pears is always very difficult, right? Standard procurement contract with a PPP is very difficult because, objectives are different, blah, 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 etc. So I was wondering whether the Treasury publishes kind of guidelines to use how to implement the public sector comparator, and whether you have exposed an assessment of what you have achieved with respect to the ex-ante moment. You make your computations, and after 7-8 years, something different may have happened. Whether there is an ex-post versus ex-ante assessment of what you have got versus what you may have gotten if you had gone through a standard public procurement. And I don't know whether this is clear. And I think this is very important because in Europe, there is a very little use of public sector comparator in PPP. So it's like this idea that if you're going to go through a PPP, it's because you consider this to be the way to go, or you go for a standard public procurement. So there is an ongoing debate whether a public sector comparator makes any difference at all. I mean, this is a current discussion. So I'm very much interested to know whether this has really a bite in terms of deciding whether to go for A option or B option. Thank you.
Right, if I can get to the third question. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning to the colleagues. Mine is on Ubhuti Sebola. Great presentation, and indeed it is inspiring to see what the PPPs can do. I just want to zoom to the example you made on the security threats that we are seeing now. It's like 1 in a million, which is showing that indeed the people are efficient. Now, as a South African citizen who's also in public procurement, maybe your thoughts on the readiness of government to take over these PPPs when they come to us. Like the stat that you shared, will we see that number being maintained, or that number now will change to 100,000 to 1 million? Because we know some of our parastatals how badly they were performing. And I say this because I'm coming from KZN, and we've seen some very good PPP initiatives that are done, but when it is handover, safe to say today some of those initiatives are white elephants, not because the public doesn't need them, but how it was maintained. It's just a story of the past now. So maybe your thoughts on that one, because my perspective might just be only where I'm coming from. On a national scale, maybe we might be seeing that they are really being maintained well. So your thoughts on that one in terms of readiness of the state to take over all the TPPs now, whenever their time of fruition has come. Thank you.
Right, and then the last question, please.
Thank you very much. Just to indicate that I'm second last. My friend here also wants to ask something. In linking with the KZN colleague, I would want to check I saw my colleague used the regs a lot, the PPP guidelines from Treasury, the comparator. In line with what my colleague has just asked of avoiding white elephants at closure of the project, how do we do an appreciation of both the inputs and the outputs? Please understand, I'm using the strategy map when I talk about inputs and outputs, such that you look at the cycle, not at close-up, but continuity to deal with what he's talking about. Because if one looks at the wastage that we have, it's around, or it's with regards to closeout, and it is cutting across various sectors, whether it's mining, whether it's electricity, whether it's education. That is where we're falling flat. What's your advice? And thank you for the brilliant presentations.
All right, so let's first deal with those 4 questions. If you can just grab the microphone in front of you, just hold down the button. Yeah. So the one was linked to evaluation of output specifications, then the guidelines from Treasury and how that probably could be used to position PPPs in terms of benefit, the readiness of government to take over the PPPs in terms of sustainability, quality, probably skills transfer, and then again the continuity of the process. So your comments, please.
Thank you. Okay, I will. I don't know who owns which question, but I will. I'll just go. I mean, so I will talk about the one. Okay, I'll take 1 and 2. Right? The evaluation of output specifications. How do you evaluate output specifications? So it's from my own experience. It's still it's not that different from how you evaluate your typical bid. I guess what you ask yourself is, what is most important to you as the procuring authority? What's most important to you? Is it in terms of innovation? What are so then you put more weight on those aspects that are most important to you. Of course, you really need to you really need to make sure that the private sector party understands what you are requiring from them. Like, and it's always good to have a pre-bid conference. My colleague here talked about sending out your RFP for comments. It's always good to send out the RFP document so that you get that feedback, and the evaluation criteria is really, really clear. If a lot of times So how it works is there's several stages. You know, innovations continue throughout the process. So at the early stages when you bid, you're basically incorporating the suggestions of the different parties into that project. So depending on the environment or the where you're operating from, it might well be that you first do the outline business case where you provide the business case. Then you at the later stages when you've gone through the bid stage and you've gone through the negotiations, you update the outline business case to a full business case, and that incorporates a lot of what has been resolved. So it's a continuous process during the PPP process. If you look at my presentation on the how train, you will see that it continued. The output specifications kept being modified on and on. And so it's normally the same process. You put weights to whatever you want to evaluate on. And once you choose the particular private partner that you want to deliver the project, then you update the final document, the full business case, because there's that negotiation between both of you, or what you call competitive dialogue. The issue of the public sector comparator is really controversial. And that is not the only way to assess projects, you know, but it's the one that is generally used. You know, a simple cost-benefit analysis might do sometimes, but the most important thing that I say is that once you've done a number of projects, you then have data, you then have learnings that you've had. You're then able to design what will work for you and what will not. And PPPs are long-term contracts, 25, 30 years. And you need to understand that you need continuous evaluation, continuous tweaking, continuous, you know, because it's a partnership for for a reason. You need to continue to work on it. You just don't prepare the contract and say, that's it, you go to bed and that's it. Sometimes you might need to sit down, and some people have proposed that every 5 years, you need to sit down and reassess the PPP and see whether it's working, where it needs to be tweaked. Parties need to work together to make sure that it works. And for me, it mustn't, you don't have to get to 30 years. I have the view that at some point, if parties want a divorce, then they should get one. And there are tools for that. There's what is called the put call options, where people have options. The private sector can put the project back to government and say, buy me out. And government can call the project when it wants. And offhand, you're able to calculate what it should cost at every time. Because remember, the most important components of PPP are the people. Once you build the infrastructure, you've achieved something first. And that infrastructure is worth something. You know, and that infrastructure will come back to you finally at some point. So if you can actually, if you don't have money to buy the infrastructure, you can actually reconcession that project, because it's already built. It's no longer greenfield, it's now brownfield. You can reconcession it, get the money from another party, pay off the original party, and move on. So there are so many tools to resolve these issues when it's the partnership is not working. So yeah, let me let my speak.
Yeah. No, thanks, George. I think you dealt with those issues. I think that pretty much the question you have and what my sister has more similar. I will say this: so when you are not ready for something, you are not ready for it, and because if you assume you are ready, it will play itself out in the process. Now, these PPPs, as we put them, we have that the last way that simply says the asset then transfer back to the state. But what typically happens at that stage is that we have to answer the same question we have asked ourselves 20 years earlier, or 15 years earlier, or 25 years earlier. And that question is, what is the best way of implementing this asset at this stage? So we must not just follow that sort of transfer that says, oh, now it's time, it must come back to the state, because then it catches us. And the Treasury guide is very clear on that. You know, you go and do sort of a full feasibility study on it, and it will tell you, it will give you that answer. And that answer could be that the public-private partnership procurement model is still the best model for you to enter into going forward. And that's because you know, as officials, you must be driven by data, not so much about sort of the rhetoric behind it and all of that, but the data. What does the data tells you as a situator? And as I've said earlier on in my presentation, is that the strength of these PPPs actually is just the transfer of the risk, because some of these risks, as we know, I mean, just using the example of the security as we talk about, it's just purely because we are not in charge of that security. We have passed that to the private sector. The private sector has got a price for it. And if it can't deliver on it, and we have seen in George's presentation, is that there are penalties that are behind it. And that's what that's where our strength is as the public sector in that instance, because we will levy a penalty to the private party. And so the private party is fully incentivized in that instance to make sure that there are no security incidences that happen on the system. The same happens to maintenance, because the good thing with the PPPs is that you lock the maintenance for the next 20 years. So in other words, we don't wake up and say, yo, the department is starting to have budget pressures and we're starting to do the cuts. And when we cut, what do? Like we first cut training, and then catering, travel, and maintenance, right? That's typically what we typically do. But the one that is going to hit us more is the maintenance. So you see the assets starting to now degenerate, right? In PPPs, you are protected. Why? Because you have locked the state. Even if you are no longer there, you have locked them for the next 10, 15, 20 years, right? So they are obliged to make sure that that asset is fully maintained for the period. And that's where it actually helps, because in some of these transactions, you procure today, tomorrow they've given a fantastic asset. There is a road there. A couple of months later or a couple of years later, you see, man, this road is not at the condition that it's supposed to be. That's why I use the national roads as an example. There is a reason why national roads, it's a pleasure for everybody. Anybody in this room uses national roads. And there is a reason for the Gautrain as an example. There is a reason why the Albert Lutuli that I've used. Let's talk about Albert Lutuli as an example. It's got exactly the same transfer at the end that hospital needed to revert to the state. But what happened there? The state put back that particular hospital into the market, and Albert Lutuli reached another financial close about 2 months ago. So it has reconcessioned again with the private party for the next 12 years. The same situation we face in the Gautrain, which is the contract that comes to an end in March 2026. What decision did we take? We are in the market as we speak. We want to reconcession again for the next 15 years, right? We're not driven by anything else, but otherwise, other than the data because we have to secure a long-term sustenance of these assets purely on the, and you see these good things that comes with that, because we don't want to interrupt any of our services. And I think the duties on all the officials that work in this to really advise at any given time on this type of investments as it were. But I find it to be a very good path to implement, quite frankly.
All right, so let me just double check. Anything online? Nothing. So I missed Renee. Look at this. It's just a busy session. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Renee, please.
Thank you, and well done to both of you on a great presentation. I had a question for each of you. First, I wanted to come to your point about, you said that, that they shouldn't have, you wouldn't put things like make the train blue or the specific height potentially into the requirement specification, and that, like a kind of, perhaps from history, but that, maintenance, and if there are budgets that are cutting it at maintenance is where we pose the most risk. I think like it's good to draw on, history and evidence like that, but like, do you agree that it's kind of also risky to say such global statements without acknowledging that it's like completely contingent on the situation itself, and that there will be situations where having the specific requirements, such as like, the train shall use such and such, battery or whatever it is, and it's because there is a long-term acquirer or a long-term supplier that they have who can do it at a low budget, and you need to finish that stock. So there are scenarios where those things are true and then not true, and like we should always be driven to do an assessment and not use rules of thumb. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. And then George, you mentioned a situation where there was a change, in the requirement, and it had like a huge impact, and that wasn't picked up. To what extent is configuration management and traceability done in these projects? And is there do people go through the effort of assessing the criticality of requirements, or understanding those requirements, which if these are changed are going to have the biggest impact? So making sure that there's the highest number of certainty and the lowest number of risk in proceeding, so that those requirements don't, have a negative effect on the rest of development. Thanks.
All right. Question 2.
Okay. No, thanks from Director. I just wanted to ask the colleague from Gauteng in terms of the part, not repeating the same question that the colleague has asked, but in terms of transferring now the assets to the state, can it be unbundled? You say you build, you whatever, you maintain and whatnot. Can you just not transfer one part of that agreement, just to say maybe now we just take the building come back owned by government, but you as a service provider, you only do the maintenance, or rather the managing of that particular infrastructure? Thanks.
Right, then I go to the back. My two.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Good. Yeah, still good morning. Good morning. Okay, I just have one question, but really it's two. The first one is in the area of triple P. How often do we actually consider the actual public as in the community itself? Because those are the people who are the actual caretakers of your facilities. I use a Gautrain coming here and going over Alex. If someone had to stand over a bridge and throw a stone, it would take community involvement to make sure that such doesn't happen. Do we actually consider extending such value chain beyond just the infrastructure and going to community? And then my last part is the issue of cutting down on maintenance is quite a sad one, because with what's happening with the issue of the mafias and the what's happening in this country, we are encouraging. I'm representing Sawen, and I'm also representing Ted Koza, Sawen and Wikona. So I'm focusing more on township economy and women in the space. We're encouraging women to move into your more FM, your facility management, as a value chain and opportunity, which is manageable and currently is not attacked by your construction mafias. So how do you see that having an impact in making sure that those communities, women entrepreneurs and SMMEs, small SMMEs, do benefit? Because in maintenance, that is where people would be able to gain opportunities, whether through painting, cleaning, and etc. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks for that question. Then I had one somewhere there, was it?
Yes. Thank you for the brilliant topic that's being held.
Yeah, my question is based on should I say post management or post PPE? One of the reason I'm just gonna speak what's in my mind. I might a little bit be informal in my speaking, but PPE, not PPE, triple P is driven by the lack of financial resources from the government, by the lack of skills, by the lack of innovation, you know. So taking that into consideration and seeing now that there is a pattern that most developed or initiated triple Ps are going to the market again, because low key we are saying that we as the government, and it might sting a little bit for us government workers, that we are, as the government, we are unable to fully own and fully manage this project or whatever we have done. So in terms of post management, what mechanisms, knowing that we are no longer negotiating on the basis of building, on the basis of financial aspect in deep, you know, or yeah. So what mechanisms do you have now developed to ensure that the government is more favored, or we are much more in line, in balance between the both parties, you know? I just want to know what terms and conditions are you using now that's gonna favor both parties? Thank you.
Right, so let's open that to comment or response from you. So the one was related to specifications, configuration management, then the issue of possible selective handover, then how do we get public involved, specifically thinking about women, entrepreneurship, accessibility and benefits to communities, and then again around skills, competence, alignment. I think the issue really is about risk being handed over, but what about responsibility and accountability? Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Element of input. I mean, let's take color as an example. I mean, if there is a particular brand reflection, you will communicate what sort of color that the private sector doesn't just come with its own colors. You will then say, because that is a sort of a brand resonate with the public sector. So you'll say what that color ought to be. So in that instance, it sounds an input into it. The same applied to emissions, for instance. You'll then say exactly how much they must go down, right? So the private sector doesn't really have much of a leverage in terms of deciding what emissions ought to go. You will then input that in the spec. So there is that element. It's just that what happens in PPPs, they are not necessarily dominant in as far compared to what you see as sort of an output spec. So, but definitely there will be those inputs at times. Bundling, yes. So those options are always there. I mean, let's take the Gautrain. You could have decided that after 2026, after 19 and a half years, maybe what the state will do post that will now take over the infrastructure. So in other words, the stations and everything. And then the private sector is just there to operate on a daily basis, making sure that there is a train available. But in as far as sort of the infrastructure that is available to maintain, to continue the service, you can do that. There are those type of models. So we call it sort of infrastructure owner, who becomes an infrastructure owner. The only challenge is that when you start, because of these services are quite interlinked. So for the train to be at the station at 6 in the morning, it relies on the whole lot of infrastructure. By moving out of the depot, it means that the depot really works. When it leaves that depot, getting to the network itself, it means that network works. And by the time it gets to the station to pick up passengers, it means that the whole value chain actually works. So when you start splitting them, so the private sector will say, okay, no, it's fine. We will make sure that there is a train available at the times that we have agreed. But the next morning, the train is not there at 6. And the private sector says, yeah, the reason why it was not there is because the signaling failed somewhere in the middle of our operation, but that is not my responsibility, right? So you start having sort of these pushes around that. So that's why we sometimes we don't because of its performance base, we don't want to de-link these elements. But also there isn't really much value, to be honest, that we really get out of it. When you look at the analysis much closer. So that's why we don't really like unbundling in that instance. But otherwise, as a principle, yes, you can just simply say your job is just to operate. And by the way, don't even talk about maintenance. So you can do things like that. Then the private sector will just do that. It's just that when you have to penalize them, becomes difficult because they will link it with something else that they are not responsible for, unfortunately. How do we consider members of the public? Yes, and I think that's very, very important. At the Gautrain, we say that the needs of people that stays in and around Hatfield, those needs are different to people that stays in Marlborough, basically in Alexander. And therefore, you have to now start defining those needs, so almost like localizing the needs as it were. The cleaning, security services and all of those, and other services that we're thinking that ought to be better localized, even including some of the hardcore. There's no point in trying to get a cleaning company from Eastern Cape and put it in Alexander. It just doesn't make sense because we have to equally resolve the challenges of people of Alexander, as an example. Job creation, business activities, and all of that. So we do that, and even with what we have actually put now in the market, it's got a lot of sort of biasness towards the communities that we will do. The last point that comes with it, you see a lot of our taxis on that are branded Gautrain that takes people at the station. You can guess who are the owners of those taxis. It's actually taxi operators, local taxi operators, right? You see the Gautrain brand, you're thinking that's the Gautrain. Actually, all of those are operated by taxi associations. And it was in our recognition, but you won't see it because the service and all of those things, there's no driving on, no. It's a proper that. It's a proper that, but that's what partnership is all about. It demonstrates that it actually can work. And those taxi associations are actually taxi operators from Alexander, as and it shows it can work. And in that instance, terms for both parties. Yes. It's, and George, I'm sure will add to this. Look at public-private partnership for what they are. It's a partnership between two parties, right? There's no bigger party, and there's no lesser party in that relationship. They are all equal. The public sector and the private sector are all equal, and we just have responsibilities, two important responsibilities. And once we then recognize that, it works a whole lot better. In my view, but I'm sure George,
George, if you maybe have just add a final word or something that you feel was omitted in the answer, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. So, just to answer the questions that were directed to me first, then I would say something about this quickly. So, PPP is about risk. So when you specify, it's about risk management. Risk management is identification, mitigation, allocation, then mitigation of risk. It's all about risk. Once you understand risk, you basically decouple PPPs. So if you have technical specifications, the design, the design is blue or this, that, you're taking the risk because you have the public sector then takes that risk because it's their, if anything goes wrong, it's their problem. If the private sector says, that's why you pass that risk to the private sector and say, look, all I want is efficiency, I want performance, I want this. So the private sector decides what works best. So if you specify them, then you take the risk. The issue of configuration management assessment, how, when things change, and because PPPs are long-term, they're long-term arrangements, 25, 30 years, they're long-term. Things happen. Imagine who would have conceived of COVID happening. So things change that alter the balance of the relationships, the balance of the contract between both parties. So PPPs, renegotiations are typically allowed in PPPs. Contracts are renegotiated because long-term. But when you do those renegotiations, there are rules, one of which is you have to do something of like an impact assessment. If I change this, what happens? The case study I used, they never bothered to do that. They never bothered to do that. They just move the term from this term to that term, and let's sign the amendment. And nobody went back to do that assessment. That happened a long time ago. And it happened when the public sector in Nigeria did not have the capacity. But if that was to happen again, we would have learned from that. And going back to your point, so it's about learning process. You learn. PPPs are like a cycle. So what you learn during the cycle, you bring back to the next procurement. You make sure you incorporate it during the next procurement phase, because you would have learned quite a bit on it. Concerning just to add to the post-contract management that you tackled, specifications play a role. Specifications, because in the contract, there are specifications, and you use those specifications to really do contract management. Someone needs to sit on that contract. There are different things that they're looking at. And so every day they're looking at the specifications, what have been agreed by the parties, what did the parties agree to achieve, and then someone is going through it, because if there's a breach, there's a penalty. There's incentive for exceeding some of those things. So specifications actually play a role in post-contract management. Thank you.
All right, let's thank again George and Nklatla for your insights, and thank you for being here and sharing some of those stories. All right, so we're going to continue with our program. We're now going to have the first of two panel discussions, and I'm going to invite to the stage Prof. Gio Kino. He's going to be the moderator, and he will introduce the participants or the panelists, and I will just sit there in front, and I will be the timekeeper. All righty.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Yes, colleagues, so sometimes it's good to also get a panel together so that we can be a little bit more interactive up front here as well. So I'm very pleased to be chairing, moderating this first of the two panels we've got going today. And in this first panel, we'll be looking at the changing landscape in selection criteria and approaches in services procurement specifically, and I'll say a little bit more about that in a second. But let me first invite the panelists up to the stage. Firstly, Ms. Helen Venter. Secondly, Mr. Ntutu Zelo Gobozi. And thirdly, Professor Gianluigi Albano. Colleagues, will you please join me in the front here? Right, so let me start by firstly introducing the panelists to you. So I'll start at the end there. Ms. Helen Venter is an admitted advocate, and she's the director of Brasica Consulting. She's got many years of experience working in public procurement across all sectors, but in recent years, quite focused on local government as well, and she can give us a really good insight on these matters from a local government perspective. In the middle, Professor Gianluigi Albano, Adjunct Professor of Economics, University of Louis in Italy, and a research fellow at the Utrecht University Center for Public Procurement in the Netherlands, which means that half of the panel we will be conducting in Flemish and Afrikaans. So, and then last but certainly not least, directly next to me, Mr. Ntutuzelo Gobozi, who is the Chief Director, Professional Services Procurement at the Government Technical Advisory Center, more commonly known in South Africa as GTAC, at National Treasury in South Africa. So welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining me. So just by very brief background, why we thought it's useful to spend a bit of time on this topic in the panel is that, you know, we tend to think of public procurement and the paradigm of public procurement from a goods perspective. When we look at the methods, we look at specifications, it's informed by this idea that we buy stuff, something that you can kind of grab in your hand. But when we look at the data on spend, it's clear that that's no longer really true. We are predominantly buying services. That's certainly true for South Africa. So I had a quick look yesterday at our e-tender portal. And when we look at the data, the top 10 categories of public procurement in the last year. Yes, we hear you. Yeah, your test is working, right? Okay, so if we look at the top 10 categories of public procurement spend in the last year in South Africa, we see that number 1, professional services. Number 3, general services. Number 4, other services activities. Number 6, services electrical. Number 7, services functional. Number 9, administrative and support activities. And when you go into that category, you'll see it's also mostly services. Right? So the top 10 categories in South African spend, clearly services. And this is not just a local phenomenon. Globally, we see very much a similar trend, that there's this shift towards services procurement. Most recent reliable global data, the 2017 World Bank benchmark report, shows us that about 62% services procurement, 38% goods. And I say all of that, of course, mindful of the fact that it's often difficult these days to distinguish between goods and services because there's a lot of mixture. So it seems to me that services is becoming the paradigm. So with that very brief background, let me pose the first question to my panelists. So can you give us a sense of the extent of services procurement in your particular context, where you're coming from? What type of services are you typically procuring? How big a part would you say is services procurement in your overall procurement function? And have you seen any shifts in this regard? Have you seen things moving from goods into a services paradigm in your context, right? So, Mr. Gwoza, let me start with you right next to me. Give us a sense from your context.
In my organization, in my organization, we predominantly procure professional services. GTEC is a component of National Treasury. We do mainly specialized procurement on behalf of other government departments. So we procure a broad array of professional services. It depends on the requirements of the department that is in need of those services. For an example, for National Treasury, we procure mostly financial service providers to be deployed in various municipalities across South Africa. We have around 83 technical advisors that have been deployed across. We also provide, services for departments like DPWI, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, in relation to construction projects, where we appoint service providers as technical advisors for the procurement phase before the inception. We do a lot of professional services for other institutions as well, like your SAPC for the turnaround, South African Post Office, and all those entities. So it really depends. It's a wide array of service providers, whether it's actuaries, depending on the need at a particular point in time. Thanks.
Thank you. Don't you use one in front of you?
Oh, I have my own.
Yeah,
Thank you. Does it work? Okay. Baby, I have to uncover some of the dark sides of the force when I talk about services, because so now I'm borrowing from my everyday experience as a part of a large centralized procurement organizations. When you talk about service, you're perfectly right. Apart from natural gas and electricity, most of our large framework agreements are about services. Now, they're basically, I would say, broadly two main categories. One is about services for maintenance, right, of buildings, okay, which is a huge part of public expenditure in Italy. And second is another category of professional services in the ICT sector. Now, although one would be induced to believe that talking about services is sort of high level or complicated stuff, actually, it boils down to much more primitive kind of procurement than one believes. For instance, let me give an example, especially if you aggregate demand when it comes to professional service in the ICT sectors, and you don't really know in advance what kind of project each single procuring entity is going to carry out. No, I have to be very careful of this because I don't want to really downplay the role of our role, but it turns out that we end up purchasing inputs, basically professional figures, man, person hour, and function point, okay, which is basically the old way of carrying out civil works like gravel and cement, right? And the reason why award and framework agreements for services, which are supposedly complicated services, I mean, and all this boils down into buying inputs, is because we don't really know how they're going to be used. So to go back to the question is, in principle, when you talk about services, we should think in terms of turnkey projects. Like, I need something, right? But in fact, we undo all these projects into elementary inputs because we don't know very much what is going to be the final project. And if there is heterogeneity in terms of projects, then there is nothing you can do that to buy inputs. And I have always wondered whether it's really an Italian feature or not. But in fact, if you look around, especially in Europe, if you look around the way our twin sisters manage those particular areas, it's always the same. It's all the same in terms of inputs. And then the project comes at a later stage, which means that we talk about, very sensitive issues like, we're buying human capital. And so in the case of ICT projects, sometimes it's sort of a higher level of capital. In the case of facility management, we're buying hours or cleaning personnel. And so this opens the door of a zillion of problems in terms of safety, the risk of having too low bids, you name it. So I wish I could tell that, the service word is more exciting than it actually is. But in fact, it boils down to much more elementary procurement model than we would like to have. Okay.
I want to overly optimistic that that's going to quickly correct. Right. So Helen, before I go to you, I want to come back to that question about, in a services procurement context, when we think about the specifications, what is it that we're procuring? Is it really just the hours? And then we hope whatever happens in the back there will work? Or do we actually specify what should happen in those hours? And I think that's something that's worthwhile to explore. But before we go there, Helen, in the local government context in South Africa, what do you see? Do you see entities still buying predominantly stuff, or are they going for services?
Okay, so I'll rather work more on the trends because they buy all types of services. But trends that I've seen happening, and we actually had a discussion about it this morning, is we now buy services, and then the services we buy procure the goods. So that is the changing trend that I've seen. And that could be also a reflection of what you see, is that it seems that we're not buying goods, but we actually buy the service, and attached to the service, you'll have the goods. And I think even from a municipal perspective, what I picked up is, and I don't necessarily say it's wrong, is because you cannot specify, I want a specific street light or wattage or whatever, you can't give a brand name. They rather than buy the service and tell the service provider, we want that brand. Traffic services is another example, for instance. We say we buy traffic services, but if you break down the cost component of the services, 80% of what we buy is actually the equipment, and 20% relates to the services. So that is just the trend that I've picked up in local government.
And I mean, then I would immediately ask you, based on that trend, what do you see then as the back end acquisition in those type of arrangements? So let's use the traffic example, or perhaps that's not a good example because we're talking about immovable property, so it'll be attached. So that's perhaps a little bit easier. But in instances where you see a procurement ostensibly of services with a significant bill of quantities involving stuff, goods, let's say movables, would there be a transfer of ownership? Would the public entity become the owner of those goods that are now included in this contract? Or would it remain on the service provider, the supplier side, and they only use whatever they need to use to fulfill the services? And if there's stuff left, it remains with the supplier. Because I think that might be a very interesting and an important dimension. And perhaps we should flag also, for those of you that's not picked it up in South Africa, that one of the big questions we will have to answer under our new Procurement Act is that our Act will apply to entities procuring on behalf of covered entities. And that's going to be quite a difficult question to answer in any scenario. When is your service provider procuring on your behalf? And in these kind of arrangements, I think it will be the predominant problem. When, at what point is the good that your services supplier buying to provide the service becoming your good procurement? So I'm quite interested in that back end.
Okay, I'll use the practical example of traffic services again. So I asked the suppliers, why don't you keep the equipment? Why do you transfer it back to government? And they say, because we want the services contract. On the services contract, we get financial agreements or financial backing. From that finances, we buy the infrastructure, but by the time the contract comes to an end, that infrastructure is old. So we don't want it. We give it back. And then they give it to government to maintain old infrastructure, and they just get a new contract, and they just go and get financing and buy the new equipment. So in most instances, from my own experience, they just give back the old equipment, and the innovation through the process, they retain, and that's intellectual property.
Well, if I may, unless you design a contract not to do so. So, and let me give you an example. What we have, printing services that we have a lot of problems in promoting throughout the Italian public sector. So public buyers, for some reasons, well, there are many reasons, so we don't have 3 days to explain all the reasons, but they want to buy the machine, right? We're trying to convince, we started 10 years ago, to convince them just to have the services in terms of they sign a contract, which is very simple. They pay a certain price for every page they print. That's it. Very simple. Now, obviously, if you want to implement a contract like that, you have to count the number of pages. But the problem is civil servants don't want a contractor to count the number of pages, because there is normally, now it sounds like a joke, I'm sorry, but it's, you know, pure reality. In September, there is always a spike in the number of pages that got printed, because normally civil servants, whether they're men or women, they start printing, you know, school books for their kids. And there is always a spike. We have monitored this. When we implemented the same, we started using this framework agreement for the whole public sector for ourselves, for our own organization. Number of pages, printed pages, dropped by 50% in the first year. And we didn't observe, we stopped observing the September, what I call the September spike, or the end, going back to school spike, right? There are two spikes in public budget, and one is about printing, the other is at the end of December when they have to use the money which is left in the drawers. So there, we have designed a contract and a set of clauses in order the contractor to take them the Xerox machine back. So obviously they gonna factor in their prices because they have to get back the old machinery. So they're gonna charge you a higher price. It's obvious, but we don't want, you know, these antiques or relics to be in some, you know, small room stockpile, and because which is completely useless, right? So this is to say that all these can be managed and handled by appropriate contract design. And if I may go back to your original question, is why the story about services, it also depends, you know, again, I am biased by a point of view, which is the one from, you know, centralized procurement organization dealing with thousands of different users. So sometimes we can go straight to an outcome. Energy efficiency services, the ultimate, you know, the holy grail is to save money or save energy consumption. So we can design a service contract which is very close to a PPP. It's not a PPP contract, very close, 9-year long, and we can design outcomes. So you have to invest in order, you promise me I'm gonna save in 9 years' time 20% in terms of energy consumption. You have to make all the necessary investment to get there. You got to set the flag. So it looks like, or for instance, in lighting services for municipalities, we're going to set everything which is entirely outcome, you know, performance based, provided the certain safety requirements are. But there are other issues, and again, ICT is really the weakest point of our story because it's very hard to know how they're going to use those professional services. So we are bound to set a contract in which we have to define technical specs of, say, the CVs of those guys, and that's it. And there is nothing more we can do. But because we, you know, we're an intermediary, and so we don't know what is the final output when you mix those inputs in. So it really depends upon.
And exactly on that point, Mr. Gabozi, I want to bring you into the conversation because I think you're very much in that same space when you're procuring these professional services. So the same question to you. So when you approach the specification for these actuarial or financial services, I mean, how do you approach it? Do you try to describe the actual service? Is it simply just based on the number of hours? Do you just rely on expertise to describe the specifications? And what are your experiences in that space?
Well, the kind of product that you get is largely dependent on your terms of reference. You need to define very clear the kind of services that you are looking for. It helps you with the evaluation process because if it is not clear, then there will be a lot of interpretations out there in the market. It makes it very difficult for you to evaluate. So as you develop the terms of reference or specification, you must think evaluation immediately. Otherwise, it becomes a problem in the end. So how you draft your terms of reference and how you define your matrix, it all adds up in the end in terms of the kind of, you know, professionals that will get in the market.
And can you give us some idea of typically how GTAC approaches this? I mean, do you So would you say, okay, I want, let's say, let me stay close to home. I want legal services. I want the person to have expertise in public procurement. The terms of reference is that this person is going to draft a SCM policy for a department, and the specification then goes to the expertise of that person. So, you know, if you've got a CV, 10 years of experience, so many points, is that typically what you do? Is that what you view the actual specification of what you're going into the market for?
Yes, taking the example of legal services. When you look for those kind of services, you must be clear in terms of the level of skill and competence that you are looking for. And then you classify those. For an example, in our case, when we are creating a panel of legal services, we wanted to create a panel that is pre-costed so that it's easy to come in and get those kind of services within a day or so that there is no issue around negotiation of price. So you determine all those elements up front. It's clear that at a very lowest level, you will have your candidate attorneys, for an example, and then you define the kind of qualifications that you are looking for, and then you'd have a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 kind of thing, where you define the qualifications, the area of expertise, and all those related elements. Then it makes it easy for you to get the quality service and also to appoint immediately, because we are mostly approached as GTech to provide a solution that the departments are finding difficult with. And the idea around that is the turnaround time in terms of the appointment. To them, it appears as if we are not operating within the PFMA, which is not the case, but we try to be as agile as possible. So the manner in which we define, our panels, it makes very for user friendliness in the end. Yeah.
So, Gianluigi, I want to go to you. We're shaking your head vigorously. So my question then to you is, if you use this approach, right? So we're just describing the kind of quality of the person who's going to render the service and more or less a description. Do we not end up in a scenario where there's a disconnect between the specification up front and determining whether there was success in the end? Because in the end, does it really matter whether the person has got 10 years experience if they cannot give good advice that's going to solve my problem? Are we not more interested in the solution as the procurement?
Sorry, no, I'm laughing because I'm thinking of a couple of papers, very kind of complicated papers about this problem, right? So we call this, let me just use a little bit of economic jargon so that I can prove that I'm an economist. So we call this soft quality. When I hire a consultant, and we had this, I have living proof. I was interviewed by a consultant, HR consultant, that was, my CEO at that time, wanted to have a sort of an understanding of the abilities of all the directors, including myself. So I got interviewed by this young lady, one CV-based, a genius. So we sat down, both of us, for 2 hours. She asked me zillion of questions about my work, my background, etc. She filled in, 20 pages of notes, incredible, more than the longest CV. And then at the end of 2 hours, she looked at me. Finally, she raised her head and said, "I don't really understand what's your job here." And I said, "Okay, that's it." So why this is important? This is not more than a joke, because that says then having a CV doesn't say anything about your problem-solving abilities, right? But how do you know this? Do you know that only exposed once you test them? So economists would say, oh, rather than having a formal, tender procedure, you should get aboard that person and observe what they do and decide, how much to pay, again, according to your perceived performance. But try to convince your lawyers to write down what economists call a relational contract. So I observe something that I cannot prove to court. I cannot go to court and say this consultant is not proactive. because the judge will say, what's the meaning of proactive? How do you measure proactiveness? I don't have to measure proactiveness. I have to get the feeling of proactiveness because this guy is solving or not solving my problems. And when we get professional legal services, we have to say, those private lawyers come to us and say, look, the reason why we're here and we are bidding so low and we get such a very low fees is because we learn the way you work. And we're going to resell this elsewhere. Why? Because our job is very peculiar. The job of a centralized procurement organization has nothing to do with the work of any other procuring entity because of the complexity. So they come to us, they learn, they don't know what they're doing. It's a learn by doing. We pay them a lot of money in any case, and then they resell those abilities elsewhere. So the point is, sometimes what you're describing cannot be part of a contractual clause. And so there is nothing you can do then to evaluate and screen them according to a CV, then in many circumstances it tells you nothing about the likelihood they're going to solve any of your problems. But my lawyers tell me that there's nothing we can do. We're bound to CVs, their past experience, and that's it. I mean, I would like to have the magical touch to solve this problem, but I don't.
Thanks. So I'm wondering, Helen, does this not suggest that this whole trend of transferring the entire HR function into a procurement function should be reversed, and that we should put HR where it should be? So we should appoint people and not procure their services. But apart from that, while you've got the floor, give us your view on what are the main challenges in procuring services.
Thanks. Actually, I will start off with your point. And we all know in this country, the Auditor General is monitoring and testing us on minimizing the use of consultants and services. And I always ask the question, and that's something that seems to be missing in this country, is if you go to the Constitution, it says you must contract for goods and services that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost effective. Even our judges ask constantly, where did you miss the cost effectiveness? So a lot of times, and I see it in the AG reports, they will say you did not, you use too many consultants and you spend so much money on consultants. But then the flip side of the coin is, okay, but I appoint a consultant for a specific set of skills on a part-time basis. Now I need to employ someone permanently with pension, employee, cost of ownership of employment. Is it really cheaper? I need to give him an office. I need to give him a laptop. I need to give him access. Is it really a cheaper option? So I think that is the question we need to ask ourselves, which I think we as a country still need to do. Secondly, the biggest challenge I do find with services is, and again, where you started off with, we're fairly good on advising and guiding our regulatory bodies on buying goods, but there's very little guidelines and advice and support on services. Specifically, if we go to using panels and using framework contracts and inconsistent interpretation. And we all know we're going into, for local government, into their audit phase now. And we understand that panels and framework contracts are going to be the buzzword. And now I'm getting inundated my office with questions. Okay, can we do this? Can we do this? What does the law say we can do in terms of this? How do we rotate? How do we determine outcomes, performance? So for me, that is part of our biggest challenges is we still need to go back to the drawing board and assist with how and what we want to do.
Gianluigi, what do you think is the biggest challenge in coming up with the design of a services solicitation?
Well, if I may, I want to go back to Helen's point because I think this is one of the most crucial, the story about using, internal workforce versus consultants. I think this is crucial because it's from a short-term perspective, as you said, from a cost-effectiveness point of view. It would be the optimal solution would be to go out to the market And then there are, but it depends on your time horizon. Because suppose you do that and you take your time horizon as just a sum of a single year, you end up basically outsourcing core functions. So it goes back to a very, I don't want to say old, but a traditional, discussion, especially in the US, about what is a inherently governmental function. So what is the core know-how that has to remain within the public sector? And I don't think there is a definite answer in terms, it depends on, there's a lot of ideology going on here, okay? Because it relates to, how much you want to privatize, or want to keep, there is all these ways, ups and downs, and Margaret Thatcher has taught us, in fact, there is 90% of decision are ideology driven rather than cost effectiveness driven. The point is that this is something that we are considering right now in our own organization. What are the set of core competencies they have to remain within, even if from a short-term perspective they are more costly? And why? Because if you do not decide what are the core competencies, at some point you will be captured by the market, because you're going to rely so much. And I remember when I went through all these reports, especially Professor Eukens will be much more knowledgeable than I am on these contractors, and I think even wrote something about contractors monitoring other contractors handling contracts in Iraq. And so what are the boundaries between the public sector? And this is why it's interesting, the discussion that we had this morning about PPP, because PPP is also about what are the boundaries of government in handling and delivering public services. So when you move all these competence away from the public sphere, at some point, after 20 years, you want to renegotiate, you want to have a new concession. Do you have the know-how to interact with the market that normally will bring in from 100 to 200 lawyers sitting here and facing 2 young lawyers, working for the public sector? This is about, how powerful is the government in interacting. And if you want to have government which is able to get the best out of the market, you have to get the best out of a human capital within the public sector. Otherwise, you're going to be, screwed forever. This is, I think, we're not going to solve this problem today, but we need to talk about this permanently, because this is about the possibility that the government is able to steer the matter rather than the other way around, to me.
Mr. Kabozi, final words from you. What in GTAC do you experience to be the biggest challenges in procuring these kind of professional services?
Well, GTAC is a government component, so we are using the same prescripts, and we are, procuring a lot on behalf of others. And as a result, we get a lot of scrutiny in terms of the audit processes. When we procure these services, it's largely because there is a need for a particular skill. It's because of a deficiency in the skills, or perhaps there is urgency in the services that are required, or a combination of those. So it's difficult now to get those kind of services and to have those skills transferred, to those individuals within the, entities that we are procuring on their behalf. But also the process of navigation of the regulatory framework, because we are still, using the same PFMA. So those are the main challenges that I can point at this time.
Thank you very much. And I mean, in closing, I think, this point that you've just touched upon, that we've not really started even discussing, we can have 10 more panels on it. And how do we include transfer into our specification? If that is something we want to buy the transfer of the skill. And that's a whole different conversation. Colleagues, please join me in thanking our panel for a very enlightening conversation. And with that, I hand you back to our MC.
Right, thanks, Gio. Thanks for facilitating that conversation. Clearly, a lot of thinking more to do around skills development and how do we procure services and how do we ensure that we invest in the future to ensure that there is capacity once that contracts come to an end. Ladies and gents, that brings us to the end of our morning session. It's now lunchtime, and I'm giving you I'll give you 45 minutes. So let's have a 45-minute lunch, and then we are back at 1:30. So we'll reconvene at 1:30, 45 minutes to catch up on emails, get a snack, chat some more, and we'll see each other back here at 1:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Good news, bad news. Bad news is this is again the graveyard shift. The good news is there won't be one tomorrow. So let's get straight into it. This is our afternoon session of our conference on public procurement. She had an opportunity yesterday and she enjoyed it so much that she asked whether she could come back. So let me quickly introduce to you our first of three speakers. Two will be in person and one will be virtual. First up we have Professor Tunde Tatre, who is a professor of economics at Corvinus University in Budapest, Institute of Business Economics, Hungary, and a member of the multi-stakeholder expert group on e-procurement of the European Commission. And she's back this afternoon to tackle the following topic: balancing sustainability and gender goals against operational requirements in selection and award criteria in specifications. Tunde, the floor is yours.
Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This topic is quite interesting, not from the social point of view, but of course from the green point of view. So I will, of course, try to explain it from different angles, and would like to use several kinds of examples and, of course, researches. But I have to tell you that in the last couple of years, we were working on so many guidelines and so many best practice handbooks, meaning that we try to explain to contracting authorities how to incorporate social and green elements into the public procurement. Saying that, okay, let's make it sustainable, it's very easy. But for a public procurement expert, we have to tell something more detailed, something more specific. And this is the reason why we were working with several colleagues of mine on these guidelines. And we found it very interesting. And of course, we have a lot of experience in terms of the capabilities of several contracting authorities, or incapabilities of several contracting authorities, how to use sustainable criteria or how not to use it. So first of all, just a short intro and identification of green public procurement, socially responsible procurement, and gender responsive public procurement. So what we call GPP is procuring goods, services, and works with a reduced environmental impact throughout the life cycle. Why is it important to identify? Because it's so easy to, let's say, put a green criteria, which is a legal requirement in our country, saying that this is green because I really try to, protect the, let's say, the environment, reducing emission, or protecting our employees, although it is told and it is written in our regulation. This is the reason why when we identify green power procurement, we say that it should be somehow above the legal requirement, something which is an added value. I don't know if you have ever heard about the word of whitewashing. What does it mean? Have you heard about it? Whitewashing, not greenwashing, but whitewashing. If you check on Google, it means something like, I'm telling you why not to make my power procurement green. So greenwashing is when I really do my best. It's a minimum what I can do, but I try. I had so many arguments in the European countries, especially in the developing countries. Why not to fight it's okay if it is a greenwashing, but if a contracting authorities, experts try to do their best, and this is what they can reach, but this is more than a legal minimum, than a legal requirement. Let's call it green public procurement. This is really not their fault. So for me, greenwashing is not a real problem in developing countries, because if there is a need and it's coming from the organization, not just from the legal requirements, that it's a kind of symbolic step, a symbolic sign from the procurement experts. The SRPP is when we look beyond the price of products or services, considering how they are produced, sourced, and delivered. And in this way, I've already mentioned it yesterday that we should take into consideration not just the product cycle, but the whole supply chain. This is really a hot topic, because if we are not able to monitor the whole supply chain, just for example, we are allowed as contracting authorities to ask evidence in terms of the first tier subcontractors, then of course it's so easy to put a clean 100% green subcontractor, socially totally responsible subcontractor, but at the very end of the line there will be a kind of problematic situation, child labor and so on. So the SRPP is much beyond the procurement activity, and sometimes our capabilities as contracting authorities when asking for evidences and when checking and monitoring the documents provided by the bidders. And the GRPP is procurement that promotes gender equality through goods, services, and works being purchased. And this means that buyers and suppliers examine the impact of all contracted activities of women and men's needs, interests, and concerns, and design and deliver contracts in a way that reduces inequalities. So it's more about inequalities. There are so many misunderstandings, of course, in terms of these gender-responsive power procurement. That's why we made a guideline and tried to collect best practices in the EU. But what we found, we were checking several notices, for example, and, well, let's say found a couple of integrity officers, for example, as selection criteria. We found some awarding criteria when calling the attention for the bidders, the importance of the women employees. But let's say that based on the notices, it's really hard to find information about not just about the gender responsive power procurement, but in general about sustainable power procurement elements. This is the reason why I mentioned yesterday that there are 5 opportunities when we are able to identify sustainable elements in the public procurement procedure. The first is the exclusion grounds, for example, having a kind of environmental fine, then or employment protection fine. Some in different countries we do use different terminology, and this is the reason why the bidders should be excluded. The second is the selection criteria. For example, this is a minimum criteria to have an integrity officer at the bidders or for the subcontractors. We call it in the European Union capacity organization, but let's say it is a subcontractor, an identified subcontractor level. The awarding criteria, which is one of the most typical solution used by the contracting authorities. This is one of the typical examples. I don't like it personally, but I really wanted to show you what kind of examples we found in our work in the last approximately 4 or 5 years. Employing at least 2 unemployed persons for at least 6 months. This is one of the most typical solution. You can see that this is a tick the box solution. It's okay. Maybe we can find 2 unemployed person, and if the bidder will employ them for at least 6 months, then it's okay. We did what we could, and we were socially responsible. It is allowed, of course, based on even on the European regulation, but we had so many problems when we were controlled by the European Commission monitoring authorities, because they were asking about the content of the contract. Because if there was no sanctions in terms of these unemployed people, then we had to pay back the whole money, because it seemed for the authority, for the monitoring authority, that it totally didn't make sense. It was just a promise from the contracting authority, from the bidder's side. And I think it was one of the most important messages of our European Court of Justice, that the court made it clear that if we just create some kind of avoiding criteria, not taking into consideration the consequences and not using any kind of sanctions, then it is simply, we cannot call it as a sustainable criteria. Even it is not an avoiding criteria, so we cannot use it. Or if we use it, then let's use it parallel, and of course let's build the contract content based on these requirements. And of course the specification, the technical specification, for example, asking for a fair trade label of a product. It is right now, I can say that this is widely used. The only question is what kind of fair trade label to accept. We had in the EU a very, very famous case when a contracting authority asked for one specific fair trade label. I've never heard about it in my life, but it's okay, I've checked it, okay, it existed. Of course, it narrowed the competition, so there were a couple of bidders who were able to provide those fair trade labels, but it seemed that the message of this procurement was not, let's make it sustainable, was more of a, let's choose a proper well-defined bidder. I'm not talking about corruption. Sometimes contracting authorities are simply not informed enough, and they do think this is the only thing exists, and that's why they ask for one certain thing. Of course, in the future, we should use in Europe in a kind of different way. So if we ask for a certain fair trade label, then we have to accept the equivalent fair trade labels. And then we have to take the next step, because if we deal with fair trade labels, we have to understand the content of the fair trade label. We have to understand if it is a standardized system or not. What is the real background of a label, because otherwise we will not be able to compare it with other labels given by the bidders. And of course the contract content, which is really, really hard to examine, because if a contracting authority simply just really work on a contract and try to make it as sustainable as they can, it's really hard to identify if it is green or socially responsible. What we found based on the socially responsible power procurement guideline of the European Commission, is that in most of the cases, all of these cases were analyzed deeply and of course described and summarized it in the guideline. If you're interested, I'm very happy to share the links with you, even with in terms of the gender responsive guideline. So we found. In most of the cases, contracting authorities try to make their power procurement process socially responsible in a way to build a contract in a more sensitive way. So it can't be found in the notices. It's really hard to identify. So statistically, we cannot identify. And this is my problem, because it should be very, very easy for us if it would be, easy to find any social or green elements. But in most of the cases, we're in a contract and in the awarding criteria. So if it is an awarding criteria, there should be something on a contract parallel. So then you can see that most of the contracting authorities do not try to narrow the competition and use the green and social criteria, even the green criteria as well as social criteria, as a selection criteria. They do not want to close the door. They want to open the door and then to give a bit more points for additional capabilities. Of course, there are so many risks. So many risks in terms of the preparation of the power procurement procedure. For example, a kind of suspected cartel when trying to identify very, very specific solutions and minimum requirements and technical requirements especially. We had a very interesting green case called Concordia case when the awarding criteria was, for example, the level of the emission of a bus. And the bidder who initiated an appeal wrote that it is not allowed. It does not anything to do with the emission of a bus because it belongs somehow to the well-being of the society, not to the subject matter. So this is now an ongoing debate. It has not been finished. I think that should it be connected, should the awarding criteria, the green and social awarding criteria, connected to the subject matter or not? If we are talking about employing unemployment people, there's nothing to do with the subject matter. But in terms of the emission level of a bus, of course there is a connection, but not the direct connection with the subject matter. So now it is not a limit, and there is no limitation at all. But there should be some kind of connection, but not direct connection in between the subject matter and the awarding criteria. I think this kind of solutions and this kind of decisions are extremely important for the everyday usage and the power procurement experts dealing with these issues every day, because they have to know if they are allowed to put it into the awarding criteria or not, and if yes, then how to do it. The main issue, and of course one of the most important weakness of using green and social criteria is if we then create some kind of obstacles for a couple of bidders. If the ISO 14000 is a limitation and really it makes their life harder, and we will have less and less bidders, then we will never use it in the future. And it is happening right now. Yesterday I was talking about the lack of competition and the single bidder problems of several developing countries, and especially developing countries of the European Union. So this is the reason why, for example, we do not use ISO 14000, which could be a really good green solution. I continue and do not want to talk about all the details. I just would like to jump to a different slide, which is not from the procedural chain perspective, but from the power procurement procedure perspective. If the subject matter is complex, and if the contracting authority feels that it would be very good to talk about these minimum requirements, these technical specifications, because it's really green, but maybe most of the bidders will not be capable to provide what the contracting authority wants or dreams about, then for sure the negotiated procedure could be a very good choice. If the contracting authority has just a little information about a subject matter, the experts know what to do or how to create some kind of basics of the specification, then a competitive dialogue could work. Let's say we do have just a couple of competitive dialogues per year in all the EU member states. So contracting authorities are quite risk averse and do not want to risk anything. if it is necessary for them to negotiate, they would choose more the normal negotiated procedure instead of a bit more complex solutions like innovation partnership or competitive dialogue. What we did in one of our research is that we tried to, let's say, support contracting authorities and identified those elements of the European Union public procurement regulation which somehow belongs to one of the phase of the power procurement process, including the performance and the monitoring system. So it's a kind of life cycle logic, and we try to explain how these legal tools, these elements of the power procurement regulation could be of help of the contracting authorities. And you can see that in the preparation phase, first of all, of course, we are talking and thinking about the content of the notice. But especially on the tendering phase, we have to face with several problems in terms of the documents provided. Because if I get just a self-declaration, there is nothing to do with the self-declaration. I think you're all of us familiar with this problem. So if I'm just asking about the capabilities, some green issues, I just would like to get some promises from the contracting authorities, then it's not enough. In the tendering phase, at the preparation phase, first of all, I have to decide what to ask for, what kind of information, what kind of standardized document to receive, and of course, in the tendering phase to check it, and if the contracting the authority decided to use some kind of awarding criteria, and of parallel with the awarding criteria, green or social responsible awarding criteria, to put some kind of sanction to the contract, then of course in the performance phase we have to check it. For example, the employing unemployment people was one of the best examples how we didn't do that for so many years, and that's why we had to pay a lot of money back to Brussels. And of course the feedback. In a monitoring phase, we have to get information if it was working or not. I do think that this kind of researches could help very much to make it more practical and to use the everyday power procurement experts where to put these green or socially responsible elements. And last but not least, we made a research, asked more than 50 experts in terms of the green public procurement practice concerning construction, big construction projects. It is a little bit of an under-evaluated part of the green power procurement research in all over the world. We simply wanted to identify what kind of solutions they used and try to find a connection in between the power procurement phase and the green element used by the contracting authorities. You can see that in most of the green elements belong to the planning phase of the construction work, the reduction of energy or use of certified building materials or waste reduction. Of course, a couple of others belong to the physical activity, the building of the construction work, like the reduction of fuel use or dust prevention, and the construction and waste management process, like protection of wildlife. One of the most important message of this research was, we were working on it for more than a year, and it is right now already under review, was that when we put together the planning, design, and the construction phase, then we will reach much lower level of green activity. And of course, the green impact will be much lower. When deciding about the division in between the planning and designing phase, meaning that choosing the best designer, a design contest, and then working on the documentation of the power procurement procedures, and starting a totally different second procedure in terms of choosing the construction firm, it would reach, and it reaches the higher level of green impact. So I do think that right now this is time to focus more on the subject matter related and specific issues, because in general, just talking about sustainable elements right now, it is absolutely not enough. And we are not now on a development stage when we are experienced enough to take the next step. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, thank you, Tunde. All right, so our next input is virtual. I don't know, is it in person or is it recorded? It's in person. It's in person. All right, so let me just quickly check. Professor Benjamin Rosa, are you online? All right, so let me just quickly introduce you to the audience here in person. She's an assistant. Let me not make an assumption. Or it could be Benjamin. He is an assistant professor at the Business Economics and Public Policy at the Stephen Ross School of Business, University of Michigan in the United States of America, and here to share with us some information around SMMEs and what procurement can and should be doing for them. Prof, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Yes, we can.
A little bit about the outline for today. So I'm going to talk a lot about small business support in the United States. And then I'm going to talk about the design and specification of some of the solicitations that we have. So a couple of things that we put in our solicitation in order to support our small business enterprises. And then if I have time at the end, I could get into a few studies. I am an academic, so I do like to do those kind of things. So we'll see how far we get in this presentation. So small business support in the US. First thing I want to say is, or at least define what a small business is, because in the US, a small business is very different than a small business in around the world. So for us in the US, in order for you to be a small business, you have to be a for-profit business, independently owned and operated, located in the US, and you need to meet a specific size standard. So that size standard is going to, in the US, depend on industry. You can imagine that manufacturing is going to be very different than something like a restaurant. So within industry, we calculate these size standards based off of two main things. So the first thing is receipts. You can think of receipts sort of like revenues. So what we'll do is we'll calculate either a 3 or a 5 year average of revenues for different firms. And if it falls below a certain number, then we would classify them as a small business. Another thing we look at is the number of employed people. Typically, this is a 2 year average. So you take a 2 year average of the number of employed people in a firm. Now, getting back to the definition of what a small business is, the rule of thumb for a small business is if you're a manufacturing firm, 500 or fewer employees is considered small. So these would be large in many other countries, but 500 or fewer, then you're considered a small firm. For non-manufacturing firms, if you're talking about receipts, you need a 3 or 5 year average of receipts of less than 7.5 million. So again, these are pretty sizable firms. However, they would still be considered small in the US. Now, a couple of statistics on small businesses in the US. So if we use the 500 employee benchmark for small businesses, then in the US, it turns out that 99.7% of all firms with paid employees are small businesses, and they account for 43.5% of GDP. However, if we look at contracting, well, federal contracting, they only account for about 27% of federal awards if we're looking at the 2023 fiscal year. All right, so they're a bigger part of the US economy than they are represented in federal contracting. But even with that smaller representation, it's still pretty large, and there's a lot of mechanisms that we have in place in order to ensure that we get around the upper 20s or so % of small business participation in federal contract. And those I'll be talking about later on. Now, the agency in the US that does all of our small business monitoring is the Small Business Administration, or the SBA. This agency does a lot of things in the US. It provides counseling. Sometimes it will provide capital, it will provide loans for small businesses. And on occasion, it will provide contracting expertise, as I will talk about later on. The SBA, the Small Business Administration, they also manage the Small Business Contract Awards. So that 27% figure that I got, that is monitored by the SBA. They are tasked with making sure that we meet various goals on small business contracting here in the US. So speaking of goals, the SBA, Small Business Administration, they set goals by agency. So these goals can range, typically their percentages. They range between 13%, and for the SBA itself, they have a goal of 70% of all contract dollars should be awarded to businesses that we classify as small. And in order to meet those goals, the contracts in the US, the solicitations that we design have various features in them in order to increase small business participation. So now I want to talk about, well, what are those things that we put in these contracts in order to get more small business participation? So first thing that we do, and this is pretty widely used here in the US, is that we will use things like set-aside contracts. So you may be aware a set-aside contract, basically what you do is you say, for this solicitation, we are going to limit the number of small businesses, or we're going to limit the competition to small businesses only. So we're setting aside these contracts for small businesses. For example, you might have something like 10 solicitations that you need done, and you might set aside 2 of them such that only small businesses can participate on those solicitations. Now, when we do that in the US, studies have shown that there are pros and cons to this. So the obvious pro, if you're talking about supporting small businesses, is that you guarantee with a set aside that a small business will win the contract. So that's immediate, but what might not be so immediate is that it actually might increase the number of small business participants in contracting in general, right? So you might see more firms or more small businesses participating in contracts, submitting bids on contracts, because they understand that there are these contracts that are set aside for us. So we don't need to always compete against the larger firms. And not only that, they might compete on contracts that are not set aside. And once that happens, that actually lowers the price because it increases the competition on those non-set aside contracts. And you do see in the US sometimes these small businesses participating on these large contracts that are not set aside. So those are the pros. There are some cons. So of course, if you're limiting the solicitation to only small businesses, well, that's going to limit the number of competitors on that contract. So on that contract, you might end up driving up prices. Another issue that you may run into or that we run into in the US is that there might not be enough small businesses available to do the required work. So we actually have things in place in order to make sure that if we're going to set aside a contract, that there is enough small businesses or there are enough small businesses around in order to make sure that we have enough competition on that work. Another con is that sometimes you might run into quality issues. So larger businesses tend to have more specialization. They tend to be better equipped to do work on average. So if you're setting aside a contract and it gets awarded to a small business that may not have the kind of experience that a large business does, you might run into quality issues where the contract might end up getting delayed or might end up costing more because you need to renegotiate certain aspects of it over again. So specifically in the US, we actually have automatic set aside. So contracts valued between $10,000, 10,000 US dollars and 250,000 US dollars are automatically set aside for these small businesses. Once you get beyond $250,000, well, then that's going to require something that's known as market research. So this is the thing, the guardrail that we have to make sure that we're setting aside contracts that will receive enough competition. So for market research in the US, we keep pretty good data on contracts that have been awarded in the past. a contracting officer will do market research by looking at past contract awards and verifying that there's enough small businesses that could potentially submit a bid on the contract. And in the US, we have this thing called the rule of two. So for the rule of two, it means that you want to have at least 2 small businesses available to do the type of work in your solicitation. All right. So if this rule is violated, even for those smaller contracts, then that contract will no longer be set aside for small businesses. Right. So generally, we're looking for these 2 small businesses before we set aside things. Another thing that we could do in the solicitation is that we can have a contract be sole source, which basically means that you're only going to solicit bids or negotiate with one contractor to do your work. So this is very nice in certain senses because especially for the newer small businesses, remember that we have a pretty big firms being classified as small firms. So very new, very small businesses, this is a very good way to help them get their foot into contracting so that they could potentially grow. Another thing is that it could reduce the solicitation time and effort. If you know that you're going to solicit from only one firm, then you don't need to worry about going through the whole competitive process. You could just go straight to that firm to get the contract. And this is pretty good for bringing in new businesses. Now, with all that being said, there are some disadvantages. So one of the disadvantages is that it might be vulnerable to corruption. If you're saying that things need to be sole source, well, you can have contracting officers who have friends in business and they give all their contracts to their friends, right? And we've had cases like that happen. Furthermore, you might not get the best price for what you're looking at, all right? So if price is the thing that you're concerned about, then sole sourcing might not be the best way to do it. Now, in the US, in order to combat this thing, in order for a contracting officer to even consider a contract for sole sourcing, they need to submit a written justification. All right, so the justification could be something like, okay, there are only one firm available. There's only one small business available for this solicitation. So that's my justification for sole sourcing. And that would be done after something called after-market research. Typically, sole sourcing is pretty rare. We try to avoid sole sourcing when we can. And sole sourcing is where sole sourcing does happen often is in something called our 8A program. So I'll talk about training programs a little bit later on as a way to help small businesses. But the 8A program, to give you a little bit of a preview, this is a 9-year program that we have in the US. And this is meant to train disadvantaged firms, where disadvantaged firms are typically smaller than your small business. And it's owned by people who are economically or socioeconomically disadvantaged. So the next thing that we put in our solicitations after considering sole sourcing is price evaluation preferences. The way that those price evaluation preferences work is that they are going to favor small businesses when it comes to evaluating the price. And this is usually done by a pre-specified percentage. So let me get a little bit into the numbers. So let us say that we have a 5% preference, price evaluation preference for a small business, and a large business bids $99 for a contract, and a small business bids $100 for the contract. Well, if price is the only factor, usually the large bidder would win because they bid $1 less. However, with a 5% preference, the small bidder would actually win the contract. And in order for the large bidder to win, they would actually need to submit a bid that's 5% less, or $95, to beat the small business bid of $100. All right, so this is basically preferences when it comes to evaluating price. So pros and cons. One of the benefits of doing this, if we're thinking about developing small businesses, is that on contracts that have these price evaluation preferences, typically you see more small businesses bidding on these types of contracts. And not only do they typically bid on these types of contracts, but small businesses typically win more of these contracts as well because they're favored in price evaluation. However, That's not always the case, because if you're a large business and you're bidding on these contracts, well, you know that the small businesses are going to get a preference when they're being evaluated. So large businesses, when they're bidding on these contracts, will typically submit even lower bids than they would have otherwise. So you can actually get lower prices from the large bidders and more competition by having these price evaluation preferences. Now, with that being said, there are some drawbacks that we see to price evaluation preferences. So the first thing is that you need to set this percentage up front. Otherwise, bidders are going to be, well, they probably won't participate in the contract, especially large bidders, because then they'll feel like, well, I don't know how they're evaluating this price evaluation. Why am I going to waste my time? Because they could just deny my bid outright. Another thing is that you sort of want to have this set just right. So if you set it too high, then you might get higher prices because large businesses won't bid, and you're only going to be left with the small businesses. However, if you set it too low, then it's not going to have any bite, all right? So if you set it at less than 1%, that's basically like not even having a price evaluation preference. So what ends up happening is you sort of return back to the status quo. So you're back to the regular competition. So you need to hit that sweet spot. Now, in the US, that sweet spot is typically 5%, especially when we're talking about construction contracts. So we have 5% price evaluation preferences for those. However, 5 is not the only thing that has been used. There are a 25% price evaluation preference for the sale of spectrum here. And if we're talking about defense contracts, there's actually a 50% penalty for foreign firms bidding on US defense contracts. All right, so it varies from 5 to 50%. Now, another way to help small businesses that we have are subcontracting requirements. So this is basically the requirement that a certain percentage of a project be done by small businesses. So for example, if you have a $100 project and you have a 5% requirement, then that means that $5 for every $100 needs to go to a small business contractor, even if a large business wins. So pros and cons to this. So if you're in a situation where small businesses can't really compete as prime contractors on certain contracts, well, this is a good way to get them involved. And in fact, in the US, many small businesses who are just getting into contracting start out as subcontractors. So this is how they get used to contracting the way it works. And then from there, they move up to prime contractors, and then so on and so forth. Furthermore, I have studies, and there are other studies that have shown that when you put in these requirements, they might not actually change the price that much. So you could get more small business involvement without too much of a change in the cost of doing the project. However, there are some cons as always. So the large contractors, one of the issues that we have in the US is that when we have these requirements, large contractors typically go to their small subcontractor friends. So for new firms, you don't really get this opportunity, all right? You have a requirement, the large firms are just going to use their friends that happen to be small firms. So you end up getting the same small firm over and over and over again. So it's not that great for getting new small firms. Also, if it's too high, then contractors might not be able to meet the requirements. So you might not get any bids on that solicitation because you're setting these requirements too high. Now, in the US, this is typically used for disadvantaged firms. So you don't typically see this for small businesses. You need very small disadvantaged firms for this. Examples in the US, there's transportation departments will typically set this between 1 and 10%. Again, this percentage is going to depend on their market research. So they need to know how many disadvantaged firms or small businesses are available to possibly be subcontractors. Now, where we do have these requirements for small businesses are on contracts above $750,000 US dollars, and on construction contracts above 1.5 million US dollars. So in those situations, the plan, there needs to be a subcontracting plan, which is basically like a requirement on subcontracting that the prime contractor involve small businesses in their contract. So the last mechanism that I'll talk about before I get into studies is training programs. So instead of designing the solicitation in order to facilitate more small businesses, what you could do is instead have training programs to train the small businesses to be better at contracting themselves. Presumably after they complete the training, if it's effective, then they'll bid on more contracts and increase competition, getting the desired results. So there are benefits and drawbacks. The benefits is that the small businesses will be, of course, be more willing to bid on contracts. So not only do you get more small business participation, but you also could potentially get lower prices. The drawback is that these programs need to be designed effectively in order for them to work. And small businesses need to know that these programs exist. So in the US, there's a lot of effort put out to make sure that these small businesses, know about the training programs that they have. Another con is that, again, if it's not designed effectively, then it would essentially just be a waste of time. Contractors wouldn't learn anything and nothing would change. So in the US, we have the 8A program. So again, going back to the 8A program, the program for disadvantaged small firms. This is a 9-year limited time program. So you can't be in the program forever, 9 years max. It requires prior experience. So in order to make sure that firms go in with some sort of knowledge, and this isn't just people going in and not knowing anything, there needs to be typically 2 years prior experience contracting or being a business. And it mixes all of these different, the benefits of the program mixes all of these different solicitation mechanisms that I talked about. So they get sole sourcing, they get some set-asides, et cetera, et cetera. They get price evaluation preferences. And the idea behind the program is after 9 years, they would graduate and become full-fledged contractors. So an example of this in the US, Learning Information and Network Collaboration, the LINK program in Texas. This is a construction management training program. So this is in construction. They teach firms how to manage themselves. There's website navigation training. Sometimes websites are confusing for small businesses. So it helps them with that. And they actually have networking where they meet up with prime contractors in order to make sure that, the prime contractors know about who the small subcontractors are. So I think that I'm almost out of time. I do have some extra research studies, so I'll respect the time limit, but there's a bunch of research studies on all of these different mechanisms. I'm very happy to share it with the committee. So yeah, with that, I think that my time is up and I will turn the mic back over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Can I just double check? Will you still be around for maybe another half an hour or so?
Yeah, I can do some Q&A, yeah.
Yeah, so we just have another presentation and then we'll have a bit of a Q&A after that, if that's okay with you. I know it's probably early morning where you are. But
yeah, it's not too bad, but yeah.
Yeah, you look fresh. You look fresh. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right, so we getting back into the room and we're going to have our third presentation. This is by Dr. Tebogo Makube, who's the Chief Director, Industrial Procurement and Development, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, South African board member of the South African Bureau of Standards. And Dr. Tebogo is going to share with us some ideas, perspectives on the economic link in localization programs.
Good afternoon, colleagues. No, in government we say all protocol observed. But I learned this year that in international relations, there's nothing called all protocol observed. So, but let me respect the protocol that has been observed here. So the prof invited me to come and talk about the economic link in localization programs. So, and I've cautioned my bosses that they go around and talk about localization. And I said it's very difficult to explain what is localization, right? Because there are many indicators of the word localization, and it's difficult to measure. But let me try to contextualize it in public procurement. So why is public procurement important? We have international scholars here. The OECD, including the World Bank, have done quite a number of research projects on public procurement, and it's mainly because of the financial interests, the volume of transactions, the relationship between public and the private sector. You can factor in corruption in there, preferential procurement or policy imperatives. So the last speaker has just indicated that even in the US, there are preferential policy measures targeting SMMEs, but in South Africa, you know, we have expanded it. So for my interest is the linkage with the, you know, the global value chains as well. So public procurement is not only about buying of goods and services. It's also how do we use that expenditure to achieve other developmental objectives. So there are scholars specializing on the either industrial policy objectives of public procurement and competition policy, and so forth. So in essence, there are trade-offs to be managed between, you know, public procurement principles and expenditure. And that is my personal interest on how the trade-offs are managed. Now, let's zoom into the Public Procurement Act and look broadly on the objects of the Act. So there are huge policy objectives embedded in the Act itself. Some you go to different chapters, they've been expanded, like designation, you know, local content and so forth. But if you look there, I think section 2.2, the Act intends to advance transformation, beneficiation, as well as industrialization. Those are huge. So in South Africa, when we speak about beneficiation, we mostly link it to minerals. You know, we have been trying to beneficiate minerals because there is a complaint that we export unprocessed minerals to other countries, and we therefore lose value. So in an attempt then to respond to that complaint, we see beneficiation in public procurement. Now the question is, how are we going to do that? How are we going to link procurement and beneficiation? So it's relevant here on the specifications, you know, how are we going to evaluate? But industrialization for the first time is in the primary legislation, so it's there. So we also see that now the Act is clear that the goods must be produced in the Republic of South Africa, including services. all right? So earlier on, we spoke about services. Now, services are transboundary. So somebody might be here but working for Microsoft, all right, which is an American company. So how do you regulate that if you say services in the Republic? So we have to do some work on to make sure that we don't transgress international trade law as well. So what is also included there is investment, procurement, which is developmental in nature, innovation, it's, sustainable development, and environmental rights. So what is sustainable development? It cannot only be linked to green procurement. Sustainable development is, expenditure on site. I mean, if you read Section 22 of the Act, it's saying that we must support SMMEs in a geographic area. Now, I can ask you to say, how do you deal then with the mafias, because they are looking for economic opportunities in a particular area. So the response cannot be criminal, that those are criminals. So you bring in police. It will require us to respond. So scholars, practitioners will have to factor in the local economic development and create opportunities. So that's another area, and it's included in the legislation. Now, my interest in public finance and economics, it's that I like to look at the data. Without data, it's all talks and theory. So the World Bank is indicating that public procurement it's key. It's about 15% of that. I think the pie chart there, it's taken from the National Treasury. I think it's conservative, but it's trying to then indicate where different spheres of government, how they spend on local content. Now, the tables are also interesting to analyze, colleagues. Over the years, that is taken from the budget review from this year, where expenditure is and the focus in the years to come. So you can see the split there that, national government is the biggest and provinces. And in terms of the equitable share, the local government receives about 10% of the national raised revenue, mainly because municipalities must raise their own revenues from property taxes, the services, and so forth. But we know that the services over time are shrinking, and many municipalities are in dire straits. Now, the other microeconomic data, all my interest is to look at GDP over time, and you can see that we are not projected to grow at more than 2%. So the data, the second quarter GDP that was released, I think yesterday or day before, is 0.4, which is not good enough. So I'm not sure if we are going to reach the projected figure there of about, is it 1.3? But, it's of interest. You have to look at the exports. So the exports are projected to grow faster than, the imports are projected to grow faster than the export. So meaning that we are going to record a trade deficit in most sectors. And that's where then we have to come in. Some of us have been employed to make sure that where we can, we reach a balance, because we know that imports, they displace local manufacturing. So that's in our view, the role of local content. Now, this slide, let me move quickly. It's about international trade. You know, we are members of the WTO. Do we have the leeway to do what we want? So the WTO, there is a government procurement agreement, which is a voluntary agreement. South Africa, we are not signatory to the GPA. So, and most African countries, as you can see on the map there, we are not members of the GPA, and we can see that the European Union is. So once you join the GPA, you can't come up with local content measures. Your procurement must be competitive even at an international level. Now, if we are a high cost producing country, then you know you can't compare or compete with countries where there are direct and indirect subsidies. So it's a difficult issue for us as a country, you know, when we assess our participation in GPA. There are economic scholars who are saying, no, just open, because international trade is good for all of us. But also there is a counter argument that, you know, not necessarily, even in the US, there are measures we have had on preference. Now, moving forward, as you know, we had designation. We have designated in the past products for local content, which through the preferential procurement regulations, which were set aside by the Constitutional Court. Now that the Act is Section 27, Act local content, but it's clear in terms of the procedure that we must issue a notice in the Gazette. So we must inform the public of our intention of what we are going to designate. So we are currently busy with the studies. We can't wait for the Act to come into effect, because what it means is that we must be ready with the products. And we have identified, now we are going to cluster products per sector, and those, the slide indicates where we are going to designate. And some are products which we have designated before, whilst others are going to be dropped because designation is tied to the capacity to manufacture and supply at a particular point in time. So you will be consulted through the government gazette. We are required to do that law. Now, it's difficult. I know that my colleagues have complained in the past that this designation issue is not easy. We are required, you know, to link quite a number of stages in procurement, you know, especially when it comes to infrastructure, where we have to do the design, we have to plan how to buy the material, is it manufactured, construction, we have to test, commission, you know, maintenance and decommissioning in some stage, and link that to finance, to BE skills development. And now there is an addition on SMMEs in a geographic area. So it becomes complex. So you have to factor in those areas. Now, as the department, we don't only use public procurement. I think Prof. Rio yesterday raised an issue that you'll have to look at other economic instruments, you know, to shock the system. So public procurement is one of the instruments. In certain instances, we have to use a variety of economic instruments. So if you look at what we have done in the renewable energy space, we have also increased tariffs to protect the manufacturers and attract others. Now, quickly, what is becoming an area of interest is how services are going to be delivered and certain goods are going to be procured. And, you know, earlier on we have had presentations on the PPP, you know, as a method. And the PPP itself, it's complex as an area. All right, there are different types of triple P. So in construction, there's EPC method, engineering, procurement, and construction. Also have, build, own, operate, and transfer. So those methods require some capabilities, by procurement officials. So it's not only your knowledge in supply chain, in engineering, certain instances, in law, in economics, because we are now venturing in other areas. So the World Bank, and the OECD, they have methods of that, including the special purpose vehicles which are being created to deliver on triple Ps. Now our act, I think section 3 there, Prof. Rio also indicated that there will be instances where the project is donor funded, or the grant comes from the World Bank, for instance, and the act is clear that the procurement will be applicable on procurement, even if it's done by any person who submit a bid, who has been awarded a bid. So how do we do that? Now, currently, we are sitting with a situation regarding the repurposing of Komati. I think Jeshni yesterday spoke about it. We have decommissioned Komati, is being repurposed as a renewable energy space. And that is also partly funded by the World Bank. Now, we had to work with the World Bank, and we have agreed on some concessions and some deviations, because when the World Bank is there, we follow the World Bank procurement method. So there is going to be a contradiction. What if it's funded by the EU? Then are we going to say that we follow the EU? So it's there in the act, but it's a complex area, and we have just dealt with Komat as an example. I'm about to finish. This is a very complex area. So there is a transmission project. So what we have done as a country is that ESCOM has been unbundled, because we have ESCOM generation, transmission, and distribution. So now we have the national company called ESCOM National Transmission, and we are working on a 20-year plan, on a transmission development plan, because some of the renewable energy suppliers cannot get into the grid. Our grid is not designed to deal with some of the renewable energy projects. So we have a 20-year plan to invest as a country. Now, we don't have the money, let's be realistic, to fund that. And now we are talking about private sector investment in transmission. It's a very difficult issue because transmission is a natural monopoly, all right? So what it means is that if you put a transmission line from here to Johannesburg, you can't put another competing one. It's a natural monopoly. Everybody must use that. So it's a third-party access. So we are planning for a private sector investment. Now, the issue that we have raised, Doctor, about we are transferring a natural monopoly from government to private hands. How do we deal with public policy? How do you deal with the public good element? That it's you can't exclude, and it can be rival issues. So if it is privately owned, then how do you manage competition? So how do you pierce through the veil in terms of the contract? So that is, for me, going to be very interesting moving forward. That how do we going to deal with the electricity market, which has been owned by the government. Now we have different private players. Sorry. then it's not only in the electricity market, we see it in the logistics sector. So if you don't know, in October you'll have what we call PSPs. So it's private sector suppliers which will be running the railway line on the so the network will be owned by the state for now. But then how do we ensure third-party access? Because preference cannot be given to Transnet because it owns the line, you know. And then how do we enforce localization on private sector suppliers? So you need other economic instruments like tax incentives so that you incentivize the players to buy or service or maintain their coaches or rolling stock in South Africa. You can't just implement local content. So the terrain is changing, you know, so we have to factor in some economic instruments which are not classical public procurement instruments. Yeah. So lastly, matters to consider is the Act requires us to develop a prescribed criteria to evaluate products designated for local content. So when we draft the regulations, we'll have to be clear on that. The strategy to procure services, taking into consideration the WTO rules, particularly on guards and trims. You know, as I've said, services are transboundary, you know, so you can't just say that one will have to be located here. So when we draft the regulations or a guideline on the procurement of services, we have to factor that. Again, on sustainable development, regulations on PPP will have to be amended in line with this, including donor-funded projects. And, you know, how do you manage the trade-off between strict legal requirements and economic arguments on efficiencies, because they have trade-offs embedded in them. Yeah. Thank you.
No, you have to sit down now, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. De Boer. All right, so the three presentations, the three inputs, I'm going to open that up to questions. And I'm going to try my best to manage 20 minutes for our Q&A so that we can break into tea and then go into the next session. So I'm going to open up the floor for 20 minutes. So if you can be succinct with the question, just for us to be able to get through as many questions as possible. So let me check. Online, anything? Nothing specific. You've got one? 1, 2, 3. Let's start there first. Right.
Thank you to all the presenters. A question to Benjamin on the set-asides, Benjamin. Is there any evidence, quantitative evidence, to show that it has worked?
I would say yes. There is. Competition and lower prices, then yes, there are studies that show set-asides have helped that. Yeah. And again, I'm happy to share. I probably will share everything that I have with everyone.
All right, thanks, Benjamin. The next question. One day. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the presentation. My question is also to Benjamin. And it touches bases on what Sean has actually said. My question is set aside in your space regulated like our act now pronounce on the issues of set aside? Do you have, is it legislated? Is it in an act or is it in a regulation form? Thank you.
It is regulated. We do have in our Code of Federal Regulations that certain contracts need to be set aside for small businesses unless, you know, there are not enough small businesses available. So yeah, we have set asides are a pretty big part of contracting for small businesses.
All right, then our third question on the floor. Is that also to Benjamin? Is your question also to Benjamin, or are you firing here?
One for Benjamin and one
All right.
fire to the audience in front. Thank you again to Benjamin. I think the two colleagues have partly covered me on my question. The only remaining part, maybe if you can just go further on, is to say, on the set aside and the subcontracting, who determines the threshold of the set aside? Is it, as you had said, it is regulated? Is it under the national regulation, or it's the procuring institutions that will determine? We set this aside, taking into account the demographics that they are in, because different demographics have different needs. So that is the one for you to say who sets those thresholds.
So thank you for the thresholds are set federally, but there is some discretion. So if the contracting officer does their market research and they can't find two or more firms that are small businesses to do the contract, then they have discretion to not set it aside and to open it up for broad competition. So yeah, this is federal statute, but if there's not enough competition, or if the contract is super highly specialized, then they could have discretion of not setting it aside.
Right, your second question.
Thank you. Baba Umakube, my one is for you. On all that you have said, I think most of it I can have an engagement with you on outside. Just one that you mentioned, and as I said, I'm coming from KwaZulu-Natal, is the issue of about construction mafias. And in the manner in which you did your presentation, you sort of leaned on the fact that it's not merely criminality per se, but we need to come closer and try to assist, because you had made mention that it is in the strive of trying to make the economy to be conducive to those who are local. But the way it's going now, we are in a real crisis mode, because most of the construction projects that we have in where I'm coming from and KZN as a whole, these mafias have stopped them, and they are demanding 30%, and they are not doing any work. They just take money and then they leave. They've escalated it now. They are saying it's protection fees. And it's a non-secret that now in these mafias, the taxi gangs are dead now. So the person who's most feared in the area now is just coming to say, I'll protect you, you pay me. So it's really getting out of hand. So maybe just your few thoughts on around that one, since you had said that it is a cry for help from these guys, but the way it's going now, it's like they are bringing us to a standstill in terms of giving service delivery to the public. Thank you.
Well, that's not my area of work, and you know, and no, with lawyers in the house, you must be careful what you say as well. Look, crime is a crime, right? So police must do their work, right? But my understanding of economics, so there's an economist called, not the Ronald Coase, the Coase theorem, who argues that law has limitations, all right? we have an option. If we have an environmental problem, you can take people to jail or come up with laws. But there are alternative ways to deal with emissions, all right? So that is why sustainable development, the trading schemes to deal with environmental emissions, that the influence is Ronald Coase. So I can extend the same argument to say you can arrest people, but that is not sufficient, because for me it's an indication of lack of economic opportunities. So we must find a way of how we create opportunities, right? So our intervention through the criminal procedure is not going to be sufficient to deal with this. There might be given publicity in the media, but some of public officials, we are also corrupt, isn't it? We collude. So we might be smarter than those guys who are going there. So there is a major problem of how we deal with corruption. And my submission is that let's focus on economics and provide opportunities, right? And the police must do the work where there's criminality. Thanks.
All right, so let's see if there are more questions. Right, I'll first go there, and then I'll come back to you. So here, and then back, and then I'll come back to Sean.
Thank you. My question is for Professor Tatrai. Tunde, I'll be very interested to hear your thoughts about the proliferation of labels. So labels seems like a really good idea to build your specifications when you're pursuing green procurement, for example, especially in a context where you can't expect a lot of expertise on the ground to bring those specifications into your detailed green environmental considerations into your specifications yourself, and then you just rely on a label as a third-party mechanism. But now the problem is becoming that there are so many of these labels. And in most instances, these are not things that are locally, they don't have a local presence for us here in South Africa. So any thoughts on how one could go about limiting the number of labels that one should look at without then closing down on competition? So is there a balance to be had, or must one now just accept that there's just this large number of labels and we must just say, well, whatever label you can bring, is it? Which I would suggest or ask, does that not then kill the very idea of the label? Does it not undermine the very purpose of using those labels? Thanks.
It's a hot topic. I saw so many nonprofit organizations just dealing with the comparison of different kinds of labels. And they don't do anything, just provide such a service for contracting authorities. What I don't like is when somebody just, find a Russian label and would like to use, nobody ever heard about it. It's in Russian, like not because of coming from Russia, but it's just in Russian language. It's not available for everybody. But I do think that from the fair trade perspective, I think it could be a good choice. But we are right now struggling with the guideline in several countries when we try to offer some fair trade labels. When we try to finalize the guideline, immediately somebody, a service provider, comes and saying that, oh, come on, there is one another. Yeah, I have a better idea. Of course, so it's an ongoing process, a never-ending story. But if a contracting authority understands that there are general labels, some labels are focusing just on very simple environmental issues, very simple child labor issues. Some of them focusing on that, for example, in a production process, none of the animals were died. So I understand all of them, but maybe it's better to start with the more simple ones when the real understandable and if you have a look at the content of these labels and the guidelines of these labels, it's easy to understand, not for the contracting authorities, but even for the bidders, and easy to get it. Because if it takes a lot of money and a lot of time, then we finally will not have bidders. So simplification is better at the beginning, but it's not a bad idea, but not to start with the very complex issues. I would recommend.
All right, so I'm going to take the two questions, and then I'm going to close the session after that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Juliet from Tetcoza and from Wikona again. Just two and a half questions. One, it's to Benjamin, please, and I promise you it's not about set aside. We I just want to know, I represent a network of about 5,000 SMMEs nationally. And one of the challenges that we have in this country is that the support for SMMEs, it's not streamlined. You have 20 entities doing similar, different, and offering support, but because it's so scattered all over the place that it's not accessible, you know. So there's a lot out there, but it's not easily accessible because it's not streamlined. So what model can you, or what advice can you give us? Because we do have support here for SMMEs, but what advice can you give us in South Africa and our government to make it easy and accessible by streamlining it? And then the other question I needed to ask, this is not for Benjamin, it's about the issue of China. I mean, it's very simple. Our president is over there making great speech. We are listening, investors, but we know the impact of that in terms of local manufacturers. We know what that does to the manufacturing industry in South Africa. And I think I'm asking that question, I'm asking Puteboho, how are we going to balance going forward? Because are we going to just accept that our industrialization and manufacturing sector is just going to die in the interest of investors from everywhere else except South Africa? And then my last question is about the cost of labor in South Africa. We have had, I mean, the Pringles that some of us or people eat, they used to be produced in South Africa, but they were produced there for about 4 years, and then that company closed and went back to Malaysia because the cost of labor in South Africa is too much. So we have high unemployment rate, and we have high cost of labor. So the biggest question, where are we going to strike a balance? Because we want people to be employed, but there's the issue of cost of labor. Is that going to be looked into, or are we going to continue suffering a situation where labor is going to be taken from outside our country because it's cheap and unregistered labor? So can that please be answered by someone? Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. I just want to check, is your question to Benjamin or just here?
I'll try.
All right, so I'm just going to get, Benjamin, could you just first respond to your question, please?
Yeah, I think I had two of them. So for the first one is how can you make it, I guess, easier for small businesses, given that everything is sort of scattered? And I think that's a hard question to answer. I know that in the US, what we've done is we still have it somewhat scattered. There's a lot of different agencies that help small businesses, but we do have the Federal Small Business Administration. So generally speaking, small businesses know to go to the Small Business Administration before going anywhere else. And then from there, probably the easiest way to do that is you have that one main one, and then the main one knows all the other things in the network, all the other agencies in the network. So that agency could point out and say, hey, like, for example, I used to live in Kentucky, right? So they would contact the SBA, and then the SBA would say, oh, you have this thing in Kentucky that you should look into. So I think probably the easiest way to do that without just centralizing everything is to have like one main one that everyone knows is the main one, and they have contacts where they could just say, hey, contact so-and-so at this agency. They're closer to you. They have the training/programs that you need to help you in your local market. I think the second one was about China. So it turns out that there are preferences designed for I guess there's preferences for domestic firms. So if you're concerned about all of your business going to China, if I'm understanding that question correctly, is that a lot of the business is going to China instead of staying in South Africa. So if that's the case, there are preferences. You can take all the things I said for small businesses and apply them to South African businesses. So you could have set-asides for South African businesses, price evaluation preferences. I don't know about training programs. It depends on how much training is an issue. You could have subcontracting requirements, which might be good for South African firms, and that might be a way to make sure that you keep your business in South Africa. And we use it, actually, we use that in the U.S. In states, they have preferences for resident firms because they want their tax dollars to stay inside the state. So there are things that you could do with these different mechanisms to keep business inside the country.
All right. Thanks for that.
May I just one very short comment?
Oh, sorry.
As part of the WTO GPA. So it seems that it would make sense to part of it. Why I'm talking about it, because we are part of the WTO GPA and we use the national treatment flag, which means that if the product is more than 50% coming from China or the company, not just the product or the company, is Chinese, then the contracting authorities are allowed to exclude them from the procurement procedure based on the national treatment regulation. So the WTO GPA regulation is good for a lot of kind of things. And just one additional issue, the short supply chain regulation. We find this kind of regulation in more and more countries. I understand, Benjamin, absolutely, but in Europe, we cannot do this kind of things, this kind of limitation of subcontracting and set-asides for small and medium-sized enterprises. But we do, for example, the short supply chain regulation, which means that when we buy, for example, anything for catering services, then the supply chain cannot be extremely long. So there's a must to buy then the goods from local suppliers. So there are so many other tools which could be used, because just these kind of, legal solutions are not enough. Because if we just say that, okay, it cannot be, the subcontractor cannot come from any other countries, then of course they will create a company in South Africa, and of course everybody is going to happen outside of South Africa. So this is the reason why I would suggest to use additional tools.
Right, thanks. I just want to get the last question so that we can. You're fine. All right. So you ready to respond to the labor child labor. The labor issues and China and what that means in terms of localization.
Yes, noting that this is a public procurement seminar, right? So I would like to focus more on public procurement rather than broader economic debates. But on the international trade front, I don't know whether we have been following the discussion. So international trade is part of our policy in South Africa. So we trade with various countries, and China being the biggest. Now, what the president raised there is that in our trade relationship with China, we export minerals. So it's not different because from other countries, 60% of our exports are made from the minerals value chain, which perpetuates, that 60% perpetuates poverty in a way, because we are not processing. Now, the president raised it as a very important matter that we want to change that trajectory. We are buying manufactured products from China, but exporting mineral products. So through partnerships, we want to work with the Chinese government so that they can assist us to do some level of processing. Now, one classical example, if you look at the SZ in the Eastern Cape, Guga, we have Chinese manufacturers there. All right. And media has reported that South Africans are now buying more Chinese cars than cars from other countries. All right. Which is competition that you need from a consumption point of view. But then on the production side, that might create a problem because we want them to localize as well. If you look at, I don't know how to pronounce it because the Chinese pronounce Huawei differently from what I'm pronouncing. But you'll be surprised that the company, I think, generates more than 25 billion rands in South Africa. All right, because it supplies the infrastructure to Vodacom, MTN, and RAIN. So the 5G network that RAIN is using, it's at the back of Huawei. Now, if you hear people, who are buying data, they'll say RAIN is cheaper than others, but that's a benefit, right? Other sectors. So it's not a one-way traffic. What we trying to do is to minimize the trade deficit. All right. Because through international trade, there are benefits. All right. South Korea was assisted by the Americans. So we are open for trade, including our local content position is not import substitution in absolute terms. We are partnering with other countries. So if you look at the threshold of local content, where we have capacity is 100%, but less than that, we allow for importation. So ours is to leverage public expenditure for industrial development. Is not import substitution in absolute terms. And lastly, on the labor issue, I think we can take it outside. When we do that analysis, whether our cost of labor is expensive or not, there's some analysis that must be done because, it can be relative and it depends on what informs the cost. So in the past, there were sweatshops in China, people who were complaining about what we are raising also about the issue of preference in Europe, because, how labor is treated in other countries, it becomes a problem. Now, you also have to look at the social wage as well associated with labor. So in China, my understanding is that most people don't own property, or the property is owned by the state. Here, people have to buy houses, in order to live comfortably, or the state will also have to come in and provide you with social housing. So that will inform the cost of labor. So that comparative analysis, it's important to arrive at a particular conclusion, whether we are expensive or not, So it's a complex subject matter which we can take outside.
All right, thank you very much for that, Dr. De Bogo and Prof. Tunde, and then also Prof. Benjamin. Thank you for staying online and responding to the questions. Clearly some more conversation needed, complicated. We want to be internationally competitive, but we want to be locally relevant. At some point, we have to understand that it's all about intentionality, and we have to figure out that there's a difference between equality and equity. When we talk about gender, we have to be reminded that we're living in a society where genders become fluid. And how does that impact our thinking? So have a beautiful cup of tea, and we will be back at 1:30. So you get 20 minutes for tea, and then we return at 1:30 for our final slot. Thanks again to our speakers, and thank you, Benjamin, for staying with us online.
Right, it's cutting a bit here now, but I think if you look at the gate, it's fine. Let's do the. Sure.
gentlemen. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back. This is really the last session of, it is almost the end. I know you are upset, but this is almost the end of our conference. So thanks for hanging in there. It feels as if we would need to have one of those Oprah Winfrey moments where we say, if you check under your chair, you will find that your chair will keep you for the next 40 or so minutes. All right, so we have two inputs. The first one is a video recording, and that will be followed by a panel discussion. So if the panelists are around, they can maybe just take chairs or grab a seat in front. And then we will have the video input. The video input is a recording. And so let me just quickly introduce the two presenters that you will see in the recording. Maybe now, right. So we have Professor Andrea Petrucco, who is the Assistant Professor of Supply Chain Management in the Department of Marketing and Logistics at the Florida International University College of Business in the United States of America. And also presenting will be Professor Anna Maria Dimant, Assistant Professor, Askew School of Public Administration and Policy, Florida State University, United States of America. And they are talking to us on the following topic: insights on the value of the USA's job order contract forms in building framework agreements. So let's watch the video, and after that, I will hand over to Sean, and we will go straight into the panel discussion.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Anna Maria Dimand. I am an assistant professor with the Askew School of Public
Hello everyone, also from my side. So I will kick off the presentation. Here you can see like what we will cover in the presentation. So first I will give you a little bit of a background of the research and how it has been conceived. And I will present more the research findings, and then I will take over again and talk about the practical application of our results. So let's start with the research background. So the question that we started from was like, why should we study procurement methods? So what is there for procurement professional to gain in knowing different procurement methods? So the construction industry, which is the context of this study, plays a significant role in the country's economy, and investments in this sector has been linked to economic growth. So given that, there are a couple of issues that I want to highlight in this area. So first of all, the public sector is known for complicated and bureaucratic procurement procedures that are often delayed because of lack of appropriate resources. And then the fact that depending on the project scope and objective of a contract, government agencies have various project delivery methods at their disposal. Unfortunately, what we see in practice that despite there are several type of awarding and project delivery method, we notice that pros and cons of each are not very well understood. So we start this research with the idea of, okay, why can we not compare the difference and similarities and appropriateness of different delivery methods, including design bid build, design bid, construction management at risk, and job order contracting, which is a particular type of awarding and delivery method in the context of construction project that is typical of the United States. So what is job order contracting and why did we particularly focus on this research? So job order contracting was created in 1982 by one of the founder of one of the most important companies in the United States for this method, Gordian, Harry Mellon. Basically, he conceived this method in order to tackle the demanding requirements, tight timeframes, and stringent competitive bidding requirements at the US Army facilities in Europe. So what is job order contracting? Job order contracting, also known as JOC, is a unique indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity procurement process that helps facility and infrastructure owners complete many repairs, maintenance, job, renovation, and straightforward new construction project through a competitively awarded contract. So JOC is a project delivery method conceived to simplify construction procurement. Unlike traditional bidding, where each project is identified, designed, and then put out to bid, JOC establishes competitive bid prices up front and eliminates the need to separately bid each project. So JOC is presented as a solution to reduce the bidding effort in the procurement of construction project and as an alternative to more time-consuming delivery method for routine construction projects. Now the question is JOC suitable for all construction projects? Well, not really. If you see here, these are some examples of typical projects that would be suitable to use job order contracting. So we're talking mostly about projects of small scale, like straightforward new construction, repairs, renovation, replacement in kind, maintenance, emergency work, time-sensitive project, and alteration. Here you can see how job order contracting compares to other project delivery methods. As you can see, while design bid build, design bid, and construction management at risk are more suitable for bigger project or very technical project, job order contracting is instead very suitable for routine, less complex project where the administrative burden can be reduced by using only one contract to award multiple projects. So the idea is that it does not make any sense to use more complex awarding and solicitation and delivery method for projects that actually do not require that. So that's why job order contracting was conceived. So based on that, we look into practice, and unfortunately, despite its 30 plus years of history, well, job order contract is a very under-researched but also underutilized topic in construction management. So many procurement professionals don't know really about that and want to know more about the difference in project delivery method. So to explore the problems, we started from a specific perspective, so transaction cost theory. Transaction cost theory is a very popular theory in research and practice to explain buyer-supplier relationships. So we ask ourselves how each project delivery method position in terms of transaction cost for the buyer, and given the different transaction cost, we said, okay, different project delivery method have different transaction costs. So what are the main difference? So on this premise, our two research questions were the following. So are solicitation, transaction, and coordination effort different when implementing JOC compared to other delivery methods? And how do contractor relationship and governance of the contract differ when using job order contracting compared to other delivery methods?
This joint market research project was conducted between Gordian, NIGP, and us to understand the effort needed to procure construction projects through JOC and how it compares to traditional project delivery methods, DBB, DB, and CMR. The survey was designed drawing from transaction cost theory and supplier relationship governance. Now, in the summer of 2021, following a pre-test period, the survey instrument was disseminated to members of NIGP, the Institute for Public Procurement, and Gordian's database. Respondents had the option to provide information about job order contracting alone, other project delivery methods, or both. Now, our ideal respondent was a procurement professional aware of construction management practices in their respective organization. Overall, we received 355 responses, out of which 95 individuals only shared descriptive information about the organization. 171 shared their experience with other project delivery methods. 59 shared their agency's experience with JOC. 30 shared information about JOC and other project delivery methods. And our final usable sample consists of 260 responses from procurement professionals operating in different public organizations, government organizations, state agencies, county governments, healthcare organizations, education institutions, and others. Now, the respondents in the sample generally have wide experience with procuring construction projects. We see that 66.6% of the agencies in the sample are large organizations that spend more than $10 million on construction projects annually. Now, let's explore what we found. Firstly, we see that JOC requires fewer people than traditional construction procurement. Project delivery through JOC requires less time, fewer people than traditional methods like design bid build, design build, and construction manager at risk. Now, what does this mean? Now, we know that the public sector is generally known for complicated and bureaucratic procurement procedures, especially for complex requests that are often delayed because of lack of appropriate resources. Traditional procurement cycles typically take months to complete and require a significant amount of administrative and technical resources. Now, we also find that job order contracting reduces this time significantly. Once a job order contract is awarded, the owner can ask the contractor to perform a series of projects. There is no need to prepare, copy, advertise, and distribute bid packages for each project. This time-consuming front-end process is completed one time rather than repeated for each project, and the procurement process takes weeks instead of months. Now, when procuring construction projects through traditional delivery methods, 50.7% of respondents said the procurement of construction projects via traditional delivery methods lasts more than 12 weeks. 91% of respondents indicated that project delivery with JOC takes fewer than 12 weeks, and almost 70% reported the process takes fewer than 9 weeks. Now, much of the report focuses on what are called transaction costs. Now, what is a transaction cost and what are some of the examples we can provide? Well, transaction cost is any cost, human efforts and or material or capital resources invested involved in an economic transaction between a buyer and a supplier for the exchange of goods and services. Examples can be let's think about searching costs, negotiation costs, or monitoring costs, right? The time and effort involved in those activities. Now, the public sector is resistant to adopt innovative and alternative ways to procure items that have been procured using more traditional procedures. Since JOC is not as widely used or understood, there is a misconception that implementing JOC programs will require more people, more time, and money. Well, unlike traditional bidding where each project is identified, designed, and then put out to bid, job order contracting establishes competitively bid prices up front and eliminates the need to separately bid each project. The transaction cost of procuring construction projects with JOC, as we can see, is lower than traditional procurement methods because the owner does not have to repeat the entire procurement cycle for each project. Local bidding requirements are satisfied with a single solicitation. It also lowers transaction costs for contractors. Bidding on individual projects is time-consuming and costly for contractors, and since they may only be awarded a small percentage of jobs, they're more likely to increase overhead costs and profit margins on each individual bid. With JOC, contractors also benefit from the single solicitation process, enabling them to pass those overhead and profit savings to the owner. Mistrust, lack of commitment, and opportunistic behavior are the most severe issues in construction procurement, especially in the public sector. Procurement professionals indicated that it is difficult to obtain quality offers and competitive prices, thus exposing public organizations to opportunistic behavior on the part of contractors. Hence, these organizations are constantly looking for strategies focused on relationship governance, aimed to build trust, increase collaboration between parties, and limit opportunism. Successful construction projects require a collaborative environment where the owners and the contractors work together toward mutual interests. Our results show that JOC, compared to other project delivery methods, can guarantee buyers effective governance of the relationship with contractors. This increases the relationship quality in terms of better communication, enhanced trust, and prevention of opportunistic behavior, ultimately providing a better project outcome.
So these were the main findings from the research. And now, what are the practical applications? So first of all, we know that from the findings of the research, job order contract is has actually comparable transaction cost to traditional procurement, despite a lower diffusion. So our findings show that the job order contracting require less time and fewer people. It suggests that possible benefit in terms of cost are present, and particularly it allows better communication and enhanced trust with supplier. So despite its relatively low diffusion, our study concludes that JOC performs equally or better than other delivery methods. So JOC was created to support the delivery of a specific type of project, and public organizations should carefully consider this option when they have a significant amount of repair, maintenance, or straightforward new construction project of small scale. The infrastructure bill that was passed in the United States focuses on rebuilding the nation, deteriorating roads and bridging, and finding new climate resilience and broadband initiative. All this type of work that have now been undergone in several states in the United States has been successfully completed through JOC for decades and are now being completed using JOC. Plus, our research finds that GOC significantly reduces the number of people involved in the procurement timeline. So once a GOC contract is awarded, the owner can ask contractor to perform a series of projects, allowing owner to tackle these infrastructure projects more faster and with less complexity. Now, what are the circumstances that make GOC a good fit for public procurement? Again, I just want to reiterate the fact that GOC is not suitable for all the procurement of infrastructure project. So, GOC is very beneficial in all those cases where procurement face cumbersome procedure. They want to build better relationship management with contractor, and they want to achieve innovation in infrastructure project faster by getting more project done. So again, let's not forget the scope of application we're talking about. So the public sector should use GOC for all those routine, less complex projects that do not justify complex methods such as DDB or DBB, that instead are used only because well known. So each project delivery method was developed for a specific type of work, and GOC is a great addition and complement to these well-known project delivery methods to complement specific construction projects. However, remember that project selection is the key, and GOC is not right for every type of project. In the United States, if you look around the country, local governments and school districts are those public organizations that are particularly using GOC solution to purchase renovation, reconfiguration, modification, and installation work funded especially by federal relief packages. Even prior to the 2022 federal funding through the infrastructure bill, agencies have been using GOC to complete millions of dollars worth of construction work. So for example, we have a very popular example. So several years ago, the Monterey County found itself facing a mounting backlog of work in infrastructure. Faced with this high expectation to do more with less, the county decided to implement a GOC program through Gordian, one of the providers of this delivery method. And in just 1 year, Monterey County was able to save $3.5 million directly attributed to their GOC program. Now, one last point regarding what is the biggest barrier here. Okay, so I'm a public organization. I want to get started with GOC. We don't know the method. We don't know what to do. How can I be knowledgeable about this with something, construction and infrastructure, that is not straightforward to deal with? So, well, around the country we have several providers. One of the most important one is Gordian, who is the company that actually conceived GOC as a method to deliver this type of infrastructure project. You can engage with Gordian or any other provider if you don't feel that Gordian is the right fit for you. And there's going to be a consultant that will help your organization to implement the GOC program, getting started, provide you training, and allow you to be knowledgeable to understand exactly how it works, what are the risks, the challenges, but most importantly, the benefit. So GOC program can be customized for each type of public organization, local government, state government, school district. So any public agency can design a customized GOC program, and this program can be set up with both general contractor and specially trade contractor. So many agencies find trade job order contract very efficient for single trade project like roofing, flooring, painting, or clients may then use their general contractor job order contract for multi-trade project like renovation and remodels. Gordian solution, of which we are particularly familiar with because we work with them in this research, are very flexible and can be configured to provide a variety of service levels. So any agency can implement their own GOC program, and they can access competitively awarded job order contracts that are pre-negotiated through cooperative purchasing networks, so they can get started with this type of awarding method in a very efficient way. So thank you all for your attention, and we would like to remind you that if you want more information regarding this research, we have actually published a report on this that was made available to the conference, and also a paper that was written with one of Guardian representative about the impact of different project delivery method and awarding on the infrastructure bill that was passed in the United States in 2022. So I hope that you will find the reading interesting. And if you have any question or concern, please feel free to contact, and the next slide will provide you more information about that.
Okay, is this working?
Thank you for watching our presentation.
Well, thank you. Well, they're also from Italy, too, yeah. But based in the US, in Florida.
Apparently Andrea didn't get a copy of the book with Caroline, because otherwise he would have, find out that actually, he would violate what Guido would define the fallacy of using different labels for the same object. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just to share this with the audience. IDIQ contracts, and I'm really sorry that Chris Hugans is not around. It's a framework agreement. So they've just discovered framework agreements. Now that's good for Florida. I'm not saying that. So I wanna be nice, and I'm sorry that they're not with us. But they're just talking about framework agreements. So there is a very widespread, what they call job order contracting. It's nothing more than a framework agreement for very simple civil works, and especially for regular, I don't want to say maintenance, but the standard renovation, but very light touch renovation, right? And it would be completely insane. Any civil servant should go to jail if he or she were to think of running a tender from scratch. Every single time you have to go through a standard renovation, process. So take the social housing kind of stuff. There are, government agencies owning buildings, right, for social housing. So regularly, this happens in Italy and in many countries in the north of Europe. You have to renovate them. So what you do, you have an umbrella contract with several contractors, and there is building A, B, C, and D. And so in December, there will be renovation works in building A, renovation works in March for building C. It would be completely insane, to run a new tender every single time. So guess what? A framework agreement is a better way to go. Fantastic. So we have learned that actually, we can do simple things. Thank you. I'm sorry. I really apologize, because I don't mean to be mean, because they're not here with us. But this is for the audience. The audience is that they're just reinvented the wheel. Because they are driven by this fact that they call it job order contracting, but it's nothing more than a framework agreement. That's it. So all the theory of framework agreement would apply straightforwardly to this story. Thank you very much.
So just a quick welcome to the panel, and I'm going to use first names, George, Rene, and Inba. And you've met them before. They have, each one of them has spoken today or yesterday. And just welcome to you, three of you. And they saw the video for the first time. And just wanted to quickly kick off with your initial perceptions on what you've just seen. Yeah. Can you hear me? A mistake. There we are. Can you hear me? Try that one.
You need a job order contract. It's on?
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. You need a JOC for this, to work in this. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I thought that when the presentation was going on, I thought it looked very familiar, but again, yeah, I mean, it's for me, it's all the caveats are there. It's sensible method for procuring very routine projects like renovations. When renovations are constant, yes, and yeah, so it's something that happens all the time. Framework contracting, it's done all the time, and it has its benefits. And they're right, you really don't need to carry out multiple procurements to, if it's routine and if it's simple. I don't agree that, I mean, they had put in that if it's a one-off, if it's a large project, if it's several large projects, I don't think you can possibly use this for that, for obvious reasons. You don't want to be, you want a bit of competition all the time if the project is large. And infrastructure projects are very large. I mean, so if it's a simple project, it's okay. Let's others.
Thank you, George.
Go.
Is this one working? Yeah.
Yeah, it is, yes.
Okay, I first have a request. Please, would you explain? I think I'm catching up. Like, I've learned a lot, especially yesterday. Remember, I'm not like a procurement expert at all. So I've been getting my crash course here. But please put like framework agreements into layman terms for me. Like, I think I understand, but please describe it again.
So, Ingrid, you want to reply?
Do I want to go?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
George, go ahead.
Please.
Well, I think Prof. Luigi's presentation yesterday kind of summed it up. So it's more or less contracting once for projects that you know are routine and it's commonly used projects, and you kind of pre-qualify bidders onto a panel, and then you use call-offs, I guess. That you know, I mean, I showed you. I wrote JOC equals framework contract as I was watching the thing, because for me it was so easy to understand what he was saying. But I was a bit surprised that it's like they just discovered it now, and we've been applying this concept for a while. So yeah, it's just a easier way of dealing with more routine contracts.
Right. So it's like once you have a certain level of comfort with certain suppliers and there's like an expected boundary of work that will be done, it just expedites the whole process.
There's an umbrella contract.
Yes. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, when I just looked at that visualization on the screen of when they compared like individual to group, or the group projects, it reminds me kind of like a product line engineering of, like, if you think about like a car manufacturing company, and there will be certain aspects that are fixed and certain aspects that are variable, and you kind of look at the bigger system so that you can have different kind of spin-offs of this. So I think, again, it's logical, fully logical, that if the context, makes sense, that there's a certain amount of predictability, that you do that.
Your case, I think relates to features of the production function. So there are potential synergies among different inputs. So this is why you want to fix something and keep on. Here, the story is about uncertainty. It's like you think of the simple. When I teach this to, because I'm in Italy, so I can use all the food metaphors. So you want to prepare pizzas, all right? So I'm qualifying a panel of suppliers, of pizzerias, and said, look, you have to have 5 different kinds of pizzas, but in the delivery places are, say, 10 possible. But we don't know when and how many pizzas, right? And that's the point. This is why this is why they use the acronym indefinite delivery, indefinite quantities. You don't know. There might be, my daughter's eating many pizzas and other teenagers eat less pizza. So, and they are located in different neighborhoods in Rome. And so you want to have those 2 guys, 3 guys, or 4 guys ready to deliver. So when uncertainty resolves, which is phone call from the Albanos, we need 200 pizzas for 3 teenagers, within 3 hours. That uncertain resolves, and then at that point, you can set the order. That's exactly with renovation. You have a building, you don't know when, more or less in December, the building is located at a particular place, and then at some point, when the resolvers. So it's about, the crucial point is about what you can define today that would apply to all possible contracts tomorrow, and you basically evaluate those aspects today. All the rest will sort of arise when uncertainty resolves. So it's really about what you know today, what you know tomorrow. If you can split this, and this is why I used yesterday the metaphor of Lego. To me, this is a brick logic. You set the brick, you can define, you're an engineer, so I can talk about n-dimensional vectorial spaces. So this is an object, you define terms of n dimensions, technical specs, contractual conditions. There are some sub-vector that can be determined today, another subset tomorrow. So this is where you're gonna play with. And what you know today is gonna be fixed. Otherwise, it's gonna become open. And in that case, it depends on whether it's really routine, as George was saying. It's very likely that there will be only minor points to be determined at stage 2. Otherwise, you have to postpone most of the decision today according to the heterogeneity of different contracts. It's very simple. It's all the same story. I mean,
so let me tell you what caught my fancy really. What I found different, slightly different, is the fact that, and maybe you should address this since you're the expert in framework agreements. So you have a principal agreement, the JOC, and then you can subcontract. So I guess the ability to subcontract, I saw that at the beginning. So there's a principal contract where you have the contract maybe to paint, renovate, paint, tile, whatever, and then you are allowed to subcontract to other contractors to meet your obligation. That way, it looks to me like you're able to then pass the risk to other subcontractors. So the fact that you're able to subcontract is it's not unique, but it's something.
I don't agree with this. That's not the point. The point is the main contractor is the guy getting the contract at the second stage. So once you set the master contract may be very incomplete, using your terminology. But once you get to the second stage and you award the public contract, at that point, that contractor, which is one in the panel, can subcontract part of this. So it's a standard procurement strategy. If you have, efficiency, room for efficiency, you're gonna get, a smaller company implemented just the painting, right? So, but it's not, this is very standard. The point is, the real point is splitting the procedure in 2 phases. This is it. That's the only thing. And why? Because of what I said. And don't I want to repeat this.
One of the thoughts that we had on that is this quantifiable analysis that is done on what the benefits are of the framework agreements in a construction space. There's research done, there are benefits to it, and they can actually measure that. And that was one of the big takeaways for me on this and for sharing this. This is an infrastructure panel discussion. Just for the record, we did invite CIDB. They apologized they could not be here. They've got a strategic planning session today and yesterday. But otherwise, they certainly would be welcome and would be here. Construction Industry Development Board. A question for each of you. So in the infrastructure space, just share with us one best practice that you've seen in the development of specifications in infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you very much. The the idea that I'll use is a project that I've worked on. And it's, so for me, what's the purpose? So first of all, what's the, in defining your specification or designing specifications, you want to know what the purpose of the project is. Infrastructure is usually, people forget that there's a correlation between infrastructure, provision of infrastructure, and economic development. So there are a lot of goals that you want to achieve from infrastructure procurement. So setting that out, the project that, and I just talked through this project that we did. It was a rail line. We wanted to do a coastal rail line from the commercial city of Lagos to around the coast, the Atlantic coast in Nigeria, up to it's I think about over 1,000 kilometers worth of coastal rail. And in designing that project, we wanted to make sure, of course, things like gender, brought in gender concerns. We wanted women to be involved. We wanted the community involved. We wanted to, because it's a massive project, we wanted to make sure that it's certain aspects of the economy got developed, like producing components for maintenance of the railway line, because it's a long-term project. So there were several components, and then we, of course, we used output specifications to make sure that our targets or our goals were achieved. So, for instance, wherever you would build a terminal, we would ask that it needs to be a small business that would, that particular aspect would be subcontracted to a small business, and that certain percentage of the terminals will be owned and operated by, or at least concession to women businesses. And we, at the end of the day, the output specification was very clear. It was measurable. We wanted to measure up to the economic benefits that the project would bring. So it's a project that I would say that ticks all the right boxes for me.
Thanks, Renee. Thanks, George.
Can you hear me? So comfortable listening to you. I guess, like, reflecting, I was thinking about this, and I feel like there's such a wide range of circumstances, of case studies for construction and for infrastructure. I guess that if there's one thing I've noticed, it's that skilled people following processes can produce really great results, even in like circumstances of really challenging conditions. I have a colleague of mine was involved in developing the Ice Cube project. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of that. It's like this neutrino array at the South Pole where they've got 5,000 neutrino detectors underwater, and they did this whole project that was within budget, within scope, within time, students working on it, all using Microsoft Office. And like, I have like a couple more stories of that magnitude. So for me, it's just like the perfect example on the positive case study side of what like skilled people committed to a single vision where there's clarity what they can achieve with even basic tooling. That's an observation.
Inba.
Thanks, John. So,
no.
Oh, can you hear me now? I think that's a very good question, and there's some deep thought that we need to have in the South African context about specifications. In my previous employer, I thought, we had it done very well there. It's a roads agency, so, you had specifications for road improvements, repair and maintenance. And what we did is we had what we called focus groups. You know, when you work with engineers, sure, yeah, they want to sit, they want to engage, they want to look at, well, they needed to look at regulatory laws, they needed to look at the environment, within which you would put such a specification in place. So those focus groups would then kind of standardize a spec for that model of work. And annually, those specs would get reviewed. And for that year that that spec is in place, you couldn't change it. You would apply it. Of course, there would be project-specific requirements once you have your project plan approved and your budgets approved, and you need to kind of move on with the roads project or maintenance project. Then your project-specific issues would get married to that spec, like your maps or your special conditions or whatever. But the basic requirement for that spec was tied in. And that allowed us to actually get projects out the door at a magnificent rate. So we were able to really push out that project plan because the spec was specified, the spec was uniform, and everybody knew that they were only allowed to change very specific things related to the project. And when you said best practice, that sprung to mind because that model should actually be rolled out, across many sectors, so that we're looking at faster delivery, and that's one way to get delivery out quicker, I think.
Thank you, But one of the benefits of standing at the back is everybody is woken up at the back. Just wondering if I'm going to ask them a question. But the last question to the panel is just in the space of putting specifications together in the infrastructure space, what do you think are some of the gaps that we have at the moment? Let's start with Prof. George.
Thank you. That question requires deep thought. For me, again, I'll use another case study of a project that I've been involved in as well. This is the second Niger bridge. It's the bridge connecting two commercial centers in the western side of the country to the eastern side of the country in Nigeria. And this bridge was, I'm very proud of this project because I started it from the beginning and it's delivered now, and it's working because for years the old bridge was really bad, just much like the Ashton Bridge project that was discussed yesterday, and we needed to put in a new bridge. What happened was there was an initial cost for about $150 million for the bridge. It was supposed to be a 3-lane bridge on each side, and I just felt it was too expensive. We didn't have the money, so we realized very quickly that, looking at the bids that we got in, that those bids were, one was from a South African company actually, that they were quite high, because what they had done is that they priced in every risk and into the project. So we basically hired consultant engineers to basically rescope the project, do detailed studies, do detailed designs, look at the project again, because most of these projects are infrastructure projects. The tendency to use gold-plated projects, things you don't really need, you include them just because it's nice to have. So we're able to save, I think, 25% of the money from carrying out this additional studies and additional rescoping. And that bridge is working now, it's functional. So yeah, so for me, it's the gap is in overspecification. Projects can be usually overspecified. And the question you should ask yourself is this absolutely necessary? Does this make a lot of sense? Especially when it's done through traditional procurement. I mean, if it was PPP, the private sector would of course yank it off because it's not needed. But for public procured projects, some beautiful acts, sometimes they put different contours and different acts and different things that are really not necessary. And if you resize the project and you rescope the project and you do the studies that you need to do, you save money. So that for me is something that is missing most of the time from procuring infrastructure projects, large infrastructure projects.
Thanks, Prof. George. Renee?
Yes, I just want to build on that before I come to my main point, which is I totally agree. I think that people will sometimes specify with a solution in mind instead of exploring alternatives of what that solution is meant to serve, and then also not looking at it on a life cycle basis, but focusing on a particular stage of utilization or a particular stage of the system instead of looking at the potential benefits or the cost risk over the entire life cycle stage. So I totally agree with that. And then one thing, I think this is generally for complex systems, but also for infrastructure as I'm thinking about it. It's considering, because actually the biggest risk for me for infrastructure and construction projects lies actually at the interfaces, because you generally have system elements where there's a lot of stability and comfort with the technology, right? It's not really in there. We kind of know the elements that are required to build things up. Yes, there's a bit of innovation and smart buildings and all sorts of things, but generally we know what these elements consist of and what it involves, but it's the interfaces, whether it's the interfaces of bringing the elements together in installation or the interfaces of people on the project. So my general view is people not considering the capability system one level up, which is where I'm always thinking. If somebody asks me to develop a website, I'm immediately thinking, okay, it's the internet, it's the processes that are needed to support it. It's, the team that's working on it to maintain it. I'm immediately thinking one level up. And that just as a practice to capture the unknowns, especially at the interfaces, whether you use the context flow analyses that we looked at earlier, was just identifying the external interfaces, be it agencies, maintainers, installers, equipment, people, termites, whatever it might be. That's I think where a lot of the risk lies. So in general, I don't see enough interface requirements in the specifications.
Thanks, Renee. Inba? You've got lots of experience in the infrastructure space. Public works, CIDB.
Yeah. And there's still so much to do, I think it's just such a shame that we don't have a central repository, regarding specifications, and we're all still paying for the service. I know Public Works, when they put out a specification for buildings, as an example, it's done from scratch. I mean, they're paying a consulting service, for that spec. And I mean, we've been doing this now for hundreds of years. So surely, we should know enough to kind of standardize and put it into a central repository. So I think it's quite a shame that we're only discussing this now, because things like what Dr. Makube was talking about, local content, local production, your BE targets, it's central to procurement, and each one's kind of shooting, in different directions. Now, when you have a standardized spec, of course, you can customize it to project-specific requirements, but at least you're not starting from square one. And I think for me, that's such a tragedy, and maybe, needs to really be looked at with earnest.
Interesting. Thank you, Inba. Program Director, I don't know if we have time for questions. He says no. So if we could please, Program Director said no. Apologies. There is a question, yes. Let's allow, okay, 2 questions.
Mine is actually not a question, but to indicate that from our office in National Treasury, Chief Directorate Strategic Procurement. We have started the project that my colleague has just spoke about. We have realized that there is a need for a depository for specifications. We have started within all the specifications that we have developed from the Chief Directorate while implementing strategic procurement. We have already deposited it. We have created a link on the e-tender portal. If you go to the e-tender portal, you get a link. It says specification library. When you click at that link, it goes there. So what I'm trying to say to the colleague is that we have seen that gap, and then we have started to work on it. And our plan is, once we have dealt with the specifications within ourselves, we'll then open up and say, CIDB, do you have standard specifications? Bring them on board. We create that link, put them on that link, so that, as she's rightfully saying, when you want to procure something, you can go to the library and then get the spec and then customize it. So we have seen the gap and we are working on it. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just to reflect on what Rene said about the Ice Cube and the research project on neutrinos. It's interesting if you look at scientific big projects that includes construction, we have successes. You look at Meerkat that was presented, you look at the South African isotope facility at Itemba Labs, and it's interesting. So that skills and core skills in-house is critical. And maybe that's something, just a comment.
Right, thank you very much, Sean. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you very much to the e-portal and the link. And hopefully, seeing that we're in construction, if we click on the link, hopefully it won't say under construction. But thank you for that. So thank you for the input. That, in a sense, almost formally brings us to the end of our conference. I think there's a lot of things that's just mulling in my head, words like inclusion, innovation, impact, intentionality. Then this issue of governance, allowing smart people to do smart things, because we want people to be creative, we want them to use resources, and they want them to expedite. But I'm not here to sum it up. I'm going to call to the stage the one and only Mr. Ron Grace, who's the head Supply Chain Finance and Supply Chain Management at the National Research Foundation, to give us some additional thoughts before we close.
Thank you very much. We've got this control, and I see a lot of people have had problems with this control. The primary reason is that it wasn't used for the primary purpose. People think this is for getting the presentations. Primary purpose is to control. This guy is trying to control us. I'll show you. Thank you. So I'm not worried about the 600 seconds that have been allocated. The second thing with technology is it doesn't cope for people who are like me, heights. You've got to bow down. I'm a religious person and I don't like bowing down to technology. So I've been asked by the organizers to make some closing remarks. Just some brief context. So at the beginning, our CEO mentioned part of our mandate, part of our obligation, part of the legislation is that we build the national science system. And it includes international collaboration, etc. And my boss I will speak about him later, um, has pushed us to be thought leaders in line with our mandate. So we had a very ambitious strategic plan about 5 years ago. And these conferences that we've been holding are one of the outputs of that plan. The other aspect, which is linked to the conferences, and also here summarized it in his talk here, about supply chain being in its infancy. In our own strategy, we said, look, we need to capacitate ourselves and others. And if the stuff doesn't exist, we'll make it. Very ambitious. And, you know, when you're like me, who's not trained in supply chain, but appointed to be the head, you obviously need to read up about what your role is. And by the way, I'm not supply chain management. My role as head, as all the other heads are strategic. We're not just management. I don't know who put management into supply chain, but we've taken it out. So my boss is Group Executive Finance and Supply Chain, not management. We believe in operating at a strategic, at a systemic level. So what gave rise to the topics of these 2 days was that we found there was a particular gap in terms of seminal books, authoritative books on methods and on specifications. So we've now commissioned 2 book-length guidelines. Because of that experience in putting those together, and they're both works in progress, we thought let's have a conference. And the publishers of those books who will own the IP are Willpower. And so look out for the space. We think that both books will be seminal. So we'll have our own internal guideline, but the external books can be published by them. So if you're like me, where you're appointed to be head of something you're not trained in, and by the way, the auditors are also in that role. These guys who scare everybody who come along, these CAs, they're not trained in supply chain. You know, so what does one do when you don't know what to do? And so in the NRF, we have a passion for excellence. We don't just want the answer, we want the best answer. And so you know, if I've got an issue, I want to pick up the phone. Who's the leading expert on supply chain? And, you know, arguably, Sean Scott is, you know, we communicate a lot, and you'll understand because I'm not trained. Who's the leading expert in supply chain law? You know, we get a hold of here. And that's how we've developed into being at the forefront of, for example, parliamentary consultation, not by design, but by default. So we had a conference last year, and it was on procurement of innovation, because we do that. And this year we thought, let's do it on these 2 key areas. But what arose from last year's conference was a great conference, great feedback. But the key recommendation was actually a procurement of innovation competence center, like you've got internationally, or in the developed nations. We don't have it here on the continent. We may not even have it in the southern hemisphere. So it's time for one. And we put a proposal together, and we are very passionate. There was a working group, Tia and some people from DSI, etc., were all involved. And it would be nice to see the birth of a procurement of innovation competence center. What's holding up that development, and there are a lot of key people who'd like to get involved, is just funding. So if you have ideas on how we can fund it, please speak to us. the future. So after being appointed to a position which I wasn't trained in, and trying to do it in a very complex environment, I'm now retiring, age 65, you leave. And of course, people ask me, are we going to have a conference next year? You know, what would you like that answer to be? You do. Okay. So, so the good news is yes. And CFO, that hand clapping is for you. I'm going to get to you now because, you know, when you're retiring, you can say anything. So he's not. Yeah. So colleagues, we have ideas for the next conference, but we think you might have better ideas. So I'll share with you the preliminary ideas. It would be nice to know what best practice in supply chain are, and especially when you're like me, you're not trained in the area. What are the best practices? Where are the top 50 best practices? Particularly around value for money, which seems, there doesn't seem to be a, you know, consensual understanding of value for money, economy, effectiveness, efficiency. So maybe we can do that on one day. Sustainability is a big thing. It's key. National Development Plan, our own strategy. And then the last one, and this is where I want to commend you, is there's been some very good questions raised during the conference on transformation. But I don't think we've done justice to giving them answers. And if we look at the PPA, by far, the most important area is about transformation. When we look at the whole parliamentary process, 80% of the time at least was spent on transformation. And I think it's time to maybe have a conference, but you must please feedback to our team and you know, let us know what you'd like to do next year. And again, thank you to my boss for making it free. It's really good value for money when you can come and you don't pay. And you don't have to procure to come and whatever you do to try and get in. Now, the next section, so I'll make sure that he stays there. I'm almost finished. Is the thank you section. But of course, the problem with the thank you section is who says thank you to the people doing the thank yous. The last conference, we had really good feedback, but nobody thanked the organizer. In fact, our board chair, who you now see has been promoted to the vice chancellor of UCT, made a comment at the board, and I hope I'm not disclosing that, the way the conference was done was so good, he felt the NRF, you know, we do a lot of conferences, would actually benefit by using the template. So thank you for a good conference. Somebody commented on the last comment, on the last conference that it couldn't have gone better. Now, the moment you say that, you're setting yourself up for failure. Because, you know, you have the next conference, and the feedback I'm getting is that this one was better than the last one. So again, to the conference organizers, and this time it was Sean Scott, Henry, and here on the external, and Angelo Seiss and the internal team on the inside. Please, if you felt that this has been good, let them know. They were the ones who come here smiling, but be under the water, you know, the duck, it looks all happy on the surface, but underneath is paddling. All the pain and trauma that goes into these things is just unbelievable. Thank you. Now my boss, you know, what do you say about your boss? I mean, this guy drives, and he drives, and he, sorry? I can't say it in public. too bad, I'm retiring, fire me. You can't, I'm ready on that. So if anybody gets credit for the thought leadership that's taken place in the NRF, at these conferences, etc., it's him. He drives hard. He's always pushing for the next level. At the last conference, I thought, how do we go to a level above that? And then, of course, the whole procurement of Innovation Competence Center came in. So he's to blame for all these initiatives. Secondly, is we've muddled our way through. You've seen what we're doing. We're doing some world-class procurement, world-class innovation, but yet the prescripts aren't aligned. And yet, notwithstanding this, and you've got to speak to him in terms of what he did. Even you saw the press a few years ago where they listed all the deviations. I think we were number 12 in terms of, having the most deviations. We were like bad guys. But actually, we had no choice. The bad guys were really those who released the figures to the press. But what makes the performance exceptional is that he was nominated and awarded the most procurement-conscious CFO in the public sector by the state-owned entity. And he's looking at me, he's like really not happy, but too bad. Then, of course, you've got the auditors. So these guys, CAs who are in training or CAs, and they come in and they purport to understand supply chain and give us all queries and terrorize us. Because how do you do this when you've got laws that aren't aligned and, you've got to do these processes and they may be wrong? So you learn from him. How did he get it right? Because he has a particular value. We call it customer centricity. He calls it business first. There's no greater friend to business units or to ourselves in terms of getting things done, notwithstanding all the obstacles. And what makes it particularly unique, and I know he's probably shriveling in embarrassment here, but too bad, it's my turn to talk, is that notwithstanding all these challenges, we have got an unbelievable number of clean audit awards in the NRF. I mean, you just look at the statistics of how bad things are. And the last 5 years, the last 5 consecutive years, we've got clean audit awards. That's quite something. So I'm now being looked at, my control's not working, the battery's flat. So colleagues, the thank yous will follow, and for those here may miss, thank you very, very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ron. Just in case you thought I was scared of jumping up, of course, I know this thing is recorded, and I didn't want to be that guy who stopped that guy when he said he was retiring. So I thought I would just stay there. So thanks for that bit of reflection, and also already, in a sense, setting the stage for next year, thinking about best practice, sustainability, and transformation. I'm going to hand over the microphone to Sean and Gio. They will do the official vote of thanks. And then after that, I just want you to not rush out. We just want to take a quick picture here on stage, if that's possible, just so that we have everybody in that picture. So handing over to Sean and to Gio.
Program Director, thank you very much. So we want to start. Are we going to start with the gifts? Sure. Okay, so we want to start to just hand over gifts to those speakers that spoke today and didn't speak yesterday. Let me just say that. Sorry, you're not going to get 2 gifts if you spoke both days. So I'm going to ask Sean. Sean, are you going to call people up and then?
Helen Painter, Dr. Makube. Who else? Renee King. Who else do we have? George. On the stage.
No, below the value. It's below the value, so don't worry.
Thank you very much. Is that it? Let's just quick. We haven't missed anyone. The free gift. No. Right, thanks everybody.
Thank you. My final job is a very pleasant one, and that is to just say a few words of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. I want to start by thanking the National Research Foundation, the NRF. I want to start with the leadership who were here, who actively supported this event, even though this is a very specific function within a very big organization. And I think that says something. To the chair, Professor Moshobela, to the CEO, Professor Nelvan Wando, to the CFO, Mr. Singh, who was here the entire time. You all know how busy CFOs are. I think that says really something. To the head SC, Mr. Ron Grace, and to all the board members that joined us, both here in the room and online. And then, still with the NRF, thank you very much to the project team, Mr. Angelo Sais here, who led the charge from the inside, who had to deal with dozens upon dozens upon dozens of email. I'm not exaggerating. And his whole team, Vuyelwa, Shadi, Lebugang, thank you very much to all of them. I want to say that apart from the obvious thanks for hosting us and for making this event possible, I think we need to thank them as an organization and as individuals and leaders within this organization for their vision and their leadership in this space in our country, and for driving knowledge building and knowledge sharing in public procurement. You know that we had at our highest peak over the last 2 days, somewhere between 400 and 450 people gathered in the room and online together. And of course, when you bear in mind that over the 2 days people come and go, the unique number of participants was even significantly higher than that. Now, I've been in the procurement conferencing and talking game for a while, and this is by far the biggest gathering that we've had of this nature in the public procurement community in South Africa, and I think we owe a word of thanks to the NRF for that. Then thank you very much to all our speakers, to all of you who generously gave your time and your insights and shared with us. In particular, allow me to thank our speakers that traveled from abroad, who gave even more of their time to travel to beautiful South Africa. We are greatly, greatly thankful for your willingness to just freely give your time and experience and insights and really help us build a new and better procurement system in South Africa. Then somebody that I want to call onto the stage, our very, very efficient MC, Dr. Gillian Arendse. Gillian, won't you please come up so that I can also give you officially one of these nice gifts. Then to all our participants, both in person and online, we greatly value you joining us, showing your interest and actively participating. Above all, I want to say thank you to all of you for being active members of this community of practice. As I've often said, there's no point in us working on any of this if we are not a community of practice that's supporting and collaborating, because none of us will be able to do this alone. So thank you very much for your interest. And then finally, a word of thanks to our project administrator. Let me just, where is she? Is she not in? Oh, there she is, there she is. Ms. Vuyiseka Klaas, thanks Vuyiseka for making my life so much easier, for so ably dealing with all the arrangements, and above all, millions and millions of emails. I don't know how you managed to do all of it, but we are very, very thankful for your very able assistance. Colleagues, before I let you go, 2 quick requests. Firstly, as Gillian has also said, we ask you all to come so that we can take a photograph. After the general photograph has been taken, can I ask everyone who participated in the program to just stay behind? We want to just take a photograph of that group along with the NRF colleagues as well. So the NRF colleagues and all the speakers, please stay behind for that photograph. And then finally, may we ask, in the interest of sustainability, you've heard that that may very well be the topic for our gathering next year. May I ask that you take these lanyards and you throw them in the boxes on the registration table in the lobby. We want to be a little bit more responsible and not just generating more and more and more every year. So can I ask that you leave them there? With that, can I ask everyone to come to the front for a photograph? Thank you.